most grown-up things you can do is to make a will at mamabearlegalforms.com. See, being a grown-up isn't just about jobs and rent and splitting up the chores. It's about having a plan so the person you love is protected. And a will isn't about dying, it's about deciding. It puts your wishes in writing so no one has to guess. And judges don't have the final say. That's why I recommend Mama Bear Legal Forms. It's online, and they make it easy with no lawyers required. If you're serious about actually being an adult, take this step today. Go to mamabearlegalforms.com and use the promo code Ramsey to save 20% on your will. That's mamabearlegalforms.com, promo code Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. President Donald Trump has fired a second high-level member of his cabinet. Attorney General Pam Bondi is out. ABC's Rachel Scott is in Washington and reports frustration had been growing within the president's circle over the job Bondi had been doing.
Over her handling of the Epstein files, but also over accusations that she was not going after the president's perceived political opponents hard enough. Now, when it comes to now Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who will be serving as the acting Attorney General, just last week he spoke at CPAC, a political conference, and he said to the people who say, why aren't you doing more? I welcome that criticism. Keep putting the pressure on. He's certainly responding to a lot of those accusations and showing that he'd be willing to go a step further.
On Truth Social, the president says Bondi will leave the administration for a job in the private sector. Videos of a Phoenix man joyriding in stolen cars helped law enforcement crack a serial thief.
Prosecutors say 19-year-old Joshua Hicks stole over $600,000 worth of vehicles. He's been sentenced to more than 7 years in state prison. That's after he pleaded guilty to a string of vehicle thefts across the valley. Prosecutors said he was given repeated opportunities to change course before his latest crimes. One thing he did change, the angles in the videos he took of himself joyriding in stolen cars. In fact, prosecutors say the videos on his phone helped them pin him as the culprit. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
Head to KTAR News or the KTAR News app for the full story. Mesa police say an 18-year-old is under arrest after a late-night chase through Whitman Park last week. Officers say Lorenzo Williams tossed a backpack, jumped a fence, and tried hiding in a trash can. But a police drone spotted him. Investigators say they later found marijuana and a loaded handgun. A Gila County woman who went missing 32 years ago when she was just 13 years old has been found alive and well. Gila County Sheriff J. Adam Shepard releasing a statement saying the woman, Christina Marie Plant, went missing in May of 1994 after vanishing from Star Valley without a trace. Extensive search efforts were conducted involving local law enforcement, volunteers, and regional resources. However, no viable leads were developed. 32 years later, Plant has been found alive. Investigators confirmed her identity and, out of respect for her privacy, are not releasing additional details at this time. As the Easter holiday approaches, more and more Valley residents are turning to St. Mary's Food Bank for assistance. St. Mary's President Milt Liu says he's seeing longer lines due to a slowing economy.
We heard from many of our neighbors that they would not have the opportunity to have Easter dinner, Easter ham, or Easter turkey without this. So we pulled from our emergency budget so that we could have this available today.
Lou says St. Mary's hands out food boxes 5 days a week. He adds the food banks always welcome food drop-offs and volunteers as well as monetary donations. You can visit stmarysfoodbank.org for more information. Autism research is getting a boost today from the Raising Cane's fast food chain in Phoenix.
Raising Cane's is donating a portion of its proceeds today to autism research to mark World Autism Awareness Day.
When you place your order, just let them know that you're there for the fundraiser with the SARRC, and 15% of your purchase will go to support the fundraiser.
That's Sarah Roth of Raising Cane's, who says 15% of their proceeds today will go to the Southwest Autism Research and Resource Center. There are 35 Raising Cane's in the Phoenix area. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
And now for check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Some slowing on the westbound Loop 202 approaching SR 51 and more slowing getting into the downtown area. Traffic is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th. dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. KTAR Valley weather, partly cloudy this afternoon, the high 87, sunny tomorrow, high 89, and for the weekend, high up 91 on Saturday, 95 on Sunday with more sunshine. Right now, it's 84 degrees in Gilbert. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
And we kick off the 2 o'clock hour with a special edition of the Face-Off. Usually you listen to the Face-Off on Wednesdays at 5 o'clock. But we kick it off today because of the president's speech to the nation last night. We carried it at 6 o'clock. I'm Gatos, that is Bruce, and we're here for the next 4 hours. But let's do the face-off for 1 hour.
Absolutely.
On the president's speech. Let's see who's facing off today. We've got Gina Swoboda, former Arizona GOP chair, current candidate for Arizona Secretary of State. Hi, Gina. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
We've got Stacey Pearson, co-founder of Lumen Strategies, a Democratic strategist, ready to go today. Stacey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing good. And back in the seat. It's been a little bit. Tom Hatton is joining us, founder of Mountainside Fitness and chairman of the Goldwater Institute. How you doing, Tom?
I'm great. Thanks for having me back.
So, the speech last night. I get in my car, 6 o'clock, KTAR is carrying it, and I listen to the 16 minutes, and I want to go around and see what everybody thought of it last night, what they got out of it, what they didn't get out of it. What I thought quickly was there was no acknowledgement from the president about the pain that he has caused with his decision to go to war when it comes to our pocketbook. I didn't hear it. I didn't feel it. And I think that whoever was his speechwriter should be fired, but really it should come from the president. No acknowledge of the economic pain. I didn't get an acknowledgement of how to move forward. I didn't hear that either. I don't really know if we're coming or going. And I can't believe he interrupted Survivor.
That's what really got under your skin. It struck me as the type of speech that should have been given 5 weeks ago.
Even if it was given 5 weeks ago, would you have gotten anything out of it?
But it sounded like a justification for why we are there 5 weeks into the war.
Gina Swoboda, what do you think of the president? He's endorsed you, and he came out and I thought was flat last night. Tired.
I don't think that we were necessarily the audience, and I think that what Bruce is referring to is that maybe the people were waiting for us to hear direct. We heard from Mar-a-Lago when it first started, but we didn't hear the kind of why we're going. I thought NATO was the audience.
Oh,
okay?
Really?
Yeah, I thought he was basically like, we're going to spend the next 2 or 3 weeks bombing the hell out of everything.
Okay.
And then we're going to walk away because we do not need your oil, and we will have destroyed the intermediate range ballistic missile program. Bruce has pointed out on the show many times that oil is globally traded, so even though we're producing enough for ourselves, we're going to suffer unless he stops exports. And if he really wanted to go full-on America first, and I know everyone's going to get mad and start to yell about a free market economy, I don't think we have a free market economy.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so in that scenario, we've taken out this intermediate range ballistic missile program after the next 2 weeks of bombing. We're not long-term stuck, democracy building, boots on the ground. And all of the people that are America First don't want new wars, that some of which seemed in polling to be swinging away, will swing right back behind the man when he says France would not let us fly through their airspace to even go and do the thing for the oil that the European nations are using. So that's how I took the speech. But I take your point about,
flat,
the people,
tired, didn't talk to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stacey Pearson, I think he's stuck. I think we've got a president that's stuck. I think we're going to retreat. I think we're just going to leave. That's what it kind of sounds like. We're going to talk later. I don't really know what we've accomplished so far.
Retreat with honor. What was that in Vietnam again? I can't remember the.
Is he stuck, Stacey?
Absolutely. He's the Roomba stuck under the couch. I mean, it's just there's no place. There's no easy way out of this.
There were Republicans saying that too.
There wasn't, because there wasn't a clear path into this.
Out.
Or out. I mean, the conversations that even we've had off air with folks who have been in combat said, look, every president of the United States, Trump is correct in saying everybody would have liked to do this. But you can't do this without securing the Strait of Hormuz, which requires lots of American sitting ducks in that region. And no one was willing to sacrifice those American troops. I mean, this is terrifying. And in terms of the economy, we don't have a lot of time to hang by this thin of a thread. I mean, folks are hurting.
If you're just joining us, we're starting the show with the face-off, usually Wednesdays at 5. But, after the president's speech, we've got Gina Swoboda, Stacey Pearson. Tom Hatton, let me get to you. I mean, did Trump's speech to the nation, do you think it made people feel better about what we're doing there?
No, I would agree with Gina. That wasn't its intent, and I would unfortunately completely disagree with you, Stacey, on that. There's full intent behind this decision-making, and the withdrawal, as you talk about it, that's after everything is finished. And what hasn't been finished or wasn't really started over the last actually 20 years, hardcore in the last 16 years, is what's happened in Iran and how it's affected the whole world. You're not going to go into the Strait of Hormuz and ask permission before you go and do something. You're going to make the decision and then deal with all the variables that you know are going to happen. That's what's happening now, period.
But everything's worse.
How do you say that?
Because there's no oil that's getting out of the Strait of Hormuz. We broke it, and now we're not going to fix it.
At some point, you got to go through the smoke. If you keep avoiding it and you keep writing checks to avoid the smoke, there's still going to be fire. The fire's just gotten louder. We're just been more afraid
still
through the
same.
politics to continue through it.
I mean, talk to the farmers in Missouri who can't get fertilizer. I mean, this is far more complicated, and it is a global economy. And I do think that people have thumbs on scales, but we didn't plan to get product to make sure that we've got farms still growing. I mean, we've got issues.
This is a 3-minute discussion, though. This has been literally for a minute in this thing, and this thing's been going on, and with the economy and different things have been moving and going back and forth in the economy for years. We can go back 5 years and we can talk about that.
But Biden lost his job because he didn't acknowledge the economy.
To the point that everybody's making. So let's talk about if we had not done anything. So when they fired an intermediate range ballistic missile towards Diego Garcia, if they had fired that northwest, that would have had the range to hit the middle of the continent, okay? So if they had been allowed to continue to build up a stockpile of those missiles, they clearly have the ability to shut down the Straits of Hormuz. Nobody else in NATO wants to do anything. So seeing that they had that range changed my position on whether or not we should have gone in there to begin with, because that's scary to me to have a huge supply of missiles with that range. If they had fired them from Venezuela, they would have been able to hit D.C., okay? So that's a problem. So If it's, I don't think it's our responsibility to keep the straits open. I understand the Pottery Barn analogy, but we couldn't let them.
You own it or whatever.
Yeah, disagree. That was the point of America First. If nobody else was willing to go in there and stop them from getting to a point where we couldn't reel it back in, we did it. If our friends and our allies, and we're over there fighting in Ukraine, don't want to help us, let us fly through the airspace. He called the UK Prime Minister and said, can you send a couple of ships? And it was like, hello, I will think about it after I have a meeting in a couple of weeks. That is not a reciprocal relationship.
Well, it's not reciprocal. He insults, not we. The President of the United States has insulted our allies in a way that hasn't happened since World War II. If they're not willing to go, hey, you know what, let's go, that sounds great.
Yeah, he's cozied up to despots and dictators. He ought to ask of Viktor Orban to send something. Because listen, the Prime Minister of England said, that's a consideration for our government. I don't make that decision.
Yes. And I am sure
I'm not a dictator.
If FDR had told Churchill when he asked us for some of our old rusty battleships in World War II, and we had been, I'll have to get back to you.
We waited a long time to get in that war.
But France let us fly through the airspace, right? I mean, it's ridiculous that I can't fly through.
Let's get Tom Hatton back in.
Bent the knee to purchasing oil due to their politics over the last 25 years. They have made that bed, and they hate to lie in it, but you know how they are able to? Because they get to do it because the United States has their back. Period. End of the day. United States, back to NATO, is tired of that. We don't need that. They need to get their act together politically in their country and not having to bend a knee to regimes
Then
that
why
have been in
didn't
power
the
for
great
37
deal maker
years.
talk to our allies first and get them to buy into doing this?
How do we know he hasn't?
It's one of those
we
things.
We don't need their permission at this point.
You don't ask me to land the plane if you didn't ask me to take off in it.
You don't know the conversations.
No, agreed.
If you want to have intent and you're going to have the conversations behind the scenes and they say no, you're also telling them, we want you to say yes. We don't need you to say no. We'd like that. If we're going to do that, we're going to move forward anyways. We understand the variables. They don't have the capacity to do it. Their politics won't let them have the capacity to do it.
Yep.
Therefore, we do.
I think one of the things that I take away from last night is did anyone watching that think, yep, we're in good hands after that speech? Because listen, let's be honest, that was an important speech to the nation. It's been 5-6 weeks since we started the war.
He doesn't do that either. I mean, he doesn't do those types of speeches. It was
very
important
scripted.
because but because he did a primetime standing in front, that's different for him.
It is, but it's not the Trump show, and I get that. And it was just speech that was written. But I mean, did anyone feel like, oh yeah, this guy's going to get us through the war pretty good? Because I didn't. I think he looked old. I think he looked bored. I think he looked tired.
He looked like an 80-year-old man.
Yeah,
he's in the old man time is undefeated.
We talked about Biden, who couldn't even run the country, and that was a big.
Who didn't communicate at all? By the way,
he was terrible.
Right? He couldn't get up in front of it. That's not this president.
But did you guys? Did you guys
that's
get
not
the
this president.
Rambling nonsense?
Neither could Kamala.
No, she could not.
I'm sorry.
You're right.
I still can't. I can't pronounce her name. So
and you're right. Like between Trump and Biden and Kamala, goodness gracious. But did anybody feel better watching that man on stage last night? I didn't.
If you close your eyes and take Trump out of the name out of it, and even last night's speech, there's a tough distinction in America to separate the messenger from the mission. And to understand all of that at the same time.
But if he's such a brilliant messenger, and he has been, and he's so...
I'm not saying that.
He's so brilliant at chopping little things up and making it palatable for all of us to understand, and he didn't do that last night at all on maybe one of the most important things we've gone through since COVID.
I think he's a mission expert. I didn't necessarily say that he's a message expert.
Well, no, I mean, he gets his message across. I mean, most of the time.
It doesn't mean it's received well.
I think if you were talking to NATO, they understand, like, in 2 weeks we're gone. We're going to make them as flat as possible, denude their resources as much as possible, and then you're on your own. And if you don't start to work with us, good luck to you.
See, but if that speech was directed towards NATO, I feel even worse as an American that dude on stage didn't give a crap about my gas prices, didn't give a crap about my 401k, didn't
the
care.
Jobs,
he
the
tagged
economy,
at the end
the layoffs.
that inflation is low and the stock market is.
He said the stock market is at 50,000, which it's not.
The layoffs didn't happen.
But the
last 3 weeks
data that came out today was good. That this, to your point, my lady, potash is going to be a problem. So unless he closes off exports and NATO doesn't get its act together,
just nationalize
and we're not
the oil
staying,
industry. How's that?
Look,
I mean, Putin did that.
We're
right?
taking positions.
Yeah, we'll have Gazprom.
TARP, I just cannot even have this argument anymore because the too big to fail should have been allowed to fail, and none of this.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, so I am at a point now where I'm like, okay, these are our resources. They're not helping. We took care of the threat. You're on your own.
Yep.
This is the Face Off, a special 2:00 edition of it. Gina Swoboda, Stacey Pearson, Tom Hatton, all in studio with us right now. Take a quick break from last night, but something that's still of this week. Our panel discusses next. Does Trump want to take away voting by mail in Arizona? We'll talk about that. It's up next. This is the Face Off on KTAR.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:19, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Increased oil prices have led to jet fuel prices doubling since the beginning of the year, and now data shows airlines have responded by passing the cost on to customers.
A week ago, United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby told me airfares had to rise about 20% to offset rising jet fuel prices. United alone could shell out $11 billion more in fuel this year.
One thing is fares are going up. Fares need to go up about 20%.
And now the website Going reports airfares for summer travel across all airlines are up by 20% domestically compared to this time last year. To cope with rising jet fuel prices linked to oil because of the war in Iran, airlines are raising airfares and things like baggage fees, plus they're cutting off-peak and red-eye flying. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the temperature in Avondale right now, it's 84 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
A special 2 o'clock edition of The Face Off. With us in studio right now, the founder at Mountainside Fitness and chairman of the Goldwater Institute right here in the Valley. That's Tom Hatton. Stacy Pearson, co-founder of Lumen Strategies, and Gina Swoboda, former AZ GOP chair and currently a candidate for Arizona Secretary of State. All right. Trump signed an executive order. I don't remember what day it is anymore. I got to tell you, every day it's another crisis. Was it Tuesday? Okay. And today's Thursday? Are we sure on that?
It is Thursday today, but I don't know when he signed this.
A couple days ago, he signed an executive order that would create some sort of a national federalized database of eligible voters that appears to take aim at mail-in voting in states like Arizona. We're hardly the only one, but we're one of states that has a high percentage of mail-in voting. Is he trying to get rid of mail-in voting entirely?
Gina?
So this kind of enshrines mail-in voting and allows it to go forward, but it's putting a lot of it under control of federal agencies, quasi-federal agencies. So we already have...
Like the U.S. Postal Service?
Yeah, who just went on the record saying they're not responsible if you don't get your mail on time.
Right.
So that's a problem. To implement this... in my opinion, would be impossible before the next cycle.
November. You mean.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Because the logistics of everything that would have to be done. We have a 29-day voter registration window, and this requires you to give this list of eligible voters to the federal government to give to the post office within 60 days. So I can't give you a list. We are a state where people are moving.
So there's a conflict between our state constitution and this to begin with.
And there's a carve-out in the order that says subject to eligibility requirements by the states. But what about the states with the same-day voter registration?
Right.
So, and we already have barcodes.
We do.
So
it's on the little green envelope. I've seen them.
Arizona has all of these items in place already. I do not believe Arizona needs the federal government to have a list of who we consider to be eligible. These things are shifting. People are registering 29 days before. That creates a conflict. I believe that the intent is to preclude what they believe occurred in 2020 and COVID, where states that do not do vote by mail at all or just willy-nilly sent everybody a ballot, and it was a mess. But I don't think that would ever happen again, because I think we learned our lesson when that happened last time. So I think this will get enjoined. It will not go forward. I know our officials are going to litigate. Washington is going to litigate. Oregon is going to litigate. Colorado, everywhere. So I think there are better ways to do what they're trying to do. And I don't like the idea at all of us being required to give a list of who we think is eligible to the federal government.
The issue that I have, Trump has been attacking mail-in voting since he lost an election. He lost the election in 2020. Like, hard stop. There was no evidence of fraud, widespread fraud, no rigging.
And if there is, show me.
Can I bring up the line? We got to credit Barry Marks every time we do it.
It's a great
line. The question we asked Carrie Lake: who stole it and how did they do it?
No one can answer that.
And there has been zero answer to that. By the way, in 6 years.
Yeah. No, exactly. What terrifies me, though, is the Arizona State Legislature is trying to mirror some of this SAVE Act policy that is unnecessary and certainly damaging to the total number of people who can vote in Arizona. So while we're watching the clown show that is the White House at the moment, there are very real threats to Arizona's own democracy coming out of the legislature. There's a referral that Cullinan has sponsored that would change the way people sign up to get an early ballot, how often they do this. I mean, we've got the wolf's at the door, but it's not at the door of the White House. It's right here in Arizona. I mean, this is very terrifying.
Tom, last word on this before
Consistency.
we move on.
I think that's the aim of this thing. Start up high, fall to consistency throughout the country. Because that's what's not happening now. And that's what happened during the election. Right or wrong, fraud or not fraud, consistency is what all Americans deserve. And
you
that's
mean
not
consistency like state by state for elections?
Yes, in the registration, in that. That's the goal here, is it's not all over the place. Because you'll turn on an election day and you'll have Colorado have one cycle in the way they do it. You know, Arizona's one,
That isn't the Constitution,
right.
by the way.
Whatever.
That isn't by accident. Okay, I was going to say it's not random by accident.
It's hard to steal it when we're all different. Yeah,
right. I mean, that is the point. Is
but you have different adjudications of that in the state, and it's just gotten out of control in this thing. There's some reining in that needs to be. It doesn't mean that the house is on fire.
Check of the headlines are on the way. We got that taken care of for you. And then coming up next in this special edition of the Face Off. So after Trump's speech to the nation last night, do you believe we are escalating the war or are we leaving the war? You got to pick one. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Conflict in Iran.
President, his first primetime address to the nation, largely touting what he feels are the military successes so far. He claims that they have crippled Iran's military, their ability to support proxies in the region. He did say that this operation is nearing completion, though he continued to threaten continued strikes if Iran doesn't reach a deal. But we did not hear much that was new, even as the president is making his case very much to the American people, also touting this as a success. He did not lay out a clear path toward ending this conflict.
We're covering the Iran situation on YouTube, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics?
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry with LifeSource Water. Every day begins and ends with water. It's in your coffee, your child's bath, the glass on your nightstand. It's the one thing your family uses constantly, yet most people never question it. A LifeSource whole house system treats every drop of your water, giving your family clean, conditioned water from every tap. Don't miss our free installation special. Call our local factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends this month.
Warranty limitations apply.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. I'm Melody Burkett. A major shakeup at the Department of Justice. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General.
President Trump announced on social media that Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General, saying she's transitioning to a job in the private sector. He says Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will now serve as acting Attorney General. Sources tell ABC the primary reason for Bondi's removal is the president's frustration that she hasn't been effective in prosecuting his political targets. The president and other senior White House officials have also privately complained about Bondi's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files and how the controversy has consumed months of media focus. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff.
Artemis 2 launched yesterday to orbit the moon, and in 2028, an NAU planetary scientist will help with the Artemis 4 moon landing.
It will be the first moon landing in more than 50 years since the Apollo missions in the 70s. Associate research professor Kristen Bennett says she'll help the spacecraft choose a landing spot and will assist the astronauts with moonwalks so they can collect samples.
You know, the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, and so there's no water running on the surface, but we do think that there are some trapped volatiles like water ice in the shadows at the South Pole.
It will be the first time anyone has been to the South Pole of the moon. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Arizona U.S. Senator and former astronaut Mark Kelly attended the launch. He told CNN that only America could make a mission like this possible and that it's the positive news we need now as a country.
Hey, I'm excited. I know the crew members are really excited about this. I'm sure their families are. NASA is. And I think the country is. I mean, this is something that can really unite us and bring us together.
Kelly has flown 4 missions into space and said he would be willing to step in if the Artemis crew needed a last-minute substitute.
Eyes on education.
I got a feeling
will.i.am is known for many things in the music industry, but now he's taking over the classroom at ASU. The Black Eyed Peas frontman is leading a class called The Agentic Self that teaches general artificial intelligence knowledge and how to build an AI agent. He says this class is preparing students to teach small business owners or everyday people how to manage AI. To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash off right, I-17 southbound near Osborne Road. Phoenix again, crash off right, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 12th Street. And Phoenix one last time with a crash near the Gore Point, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 35th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free tavern included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Partly cloudy this afternoon, the high 87, and more sunshine tomorrow, the high 89. Right now, it's 84 degrees in Cave Creek. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, a special edition of the Face-Off. Welcome, everybody. We decided to kick off the 2 o'clock hour with one of the biggest segments in radio, the Face-Off. So, hopefully you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel. The reason for the Face-Off is the big Trump speech last night to the nation on Iran, and we thought we'd kick the show off with a very special panel. So let's get to the second half of the Face-Off. We've got Tom Hatton joining us, founder of Mountainside Fitness and chairman of the Goldwater Institute. Stacey Pearson is here, a Democratic strategist, and Gina Swoboda, of course, is a candidate for Arizona Secretary of State. First segment, we went over the Trump speech, what we liked, what we didn't like, what we got out of it, what we didn't get out of it. I think one of the interesting questions is, where do we go now? Are we going to escalate? Or are we going to leave? Tom,
what's next?
What's next? Because I can't. Well, I mean, with Trump, we won the war. We still have work to do. We have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. We don't care about the Strait of Hormuz. So he gives us
we need regime change. We've already got regime change.
We need allies. We don't need their help.
Yeah. Where do you think we're going? I mean, I don't think he told us in the speech, but are we leaving? Are we sticking around? Are there ground troops? What do you make of it, Tom?
I think there's a message and a mission, not necessarily from the messenger, to NATO and actually to the regime that's been there for 37 years. A year ago, June, we bombed the bunkers because they had not only enriched uranium, they're going to put them on warheads. We know that. We went to didn't mean that we couldn't, there was going to still be enriched uranium. Mm-hmm. At the same time, that regime, 37 years, been in there, has killed so many of their own people. Ironically, after we bombed the bunkers, 6 months later, 25,000 of their own citizens were killed by the regime.
In the streets.
In the streets. So we don't have people in America screaming at that noise level compared to what's been happening in Europe over the last 4 years. This is a reset to NATO. The result, the Strait of Hormuz is a temporary situation, but we're also resetting the world order. If the Iranian people want to reset their regime because this has been in power for 37 years, let them.
How?
Time. It doesn't mean we have to be there.
Yeah, the Iranians can't pick up and fight their government.
6,000 years this has been a disaster. I mean, we're not going to get in there and clean up.
That's not what we're trying to do right now. We are resetting the world order in terms of NATO and what's happening with oil and terrorism and leverage with that.
Do you think that again, we didn't? There is no regime change. It's
the
guys. Son of the guy who, by the way, apparently was in the room when Israel or the United States killed his father, mother, wife, one of his children. Most of his family was killed in the room. Do you think he's going to be happier about the United States, or do you think he's going to dedicate whatever Iran they have to making life like hell for us?
Let me add just to Bruce. The president said less radical, more reasonable. I don't know how
I
you
don't think
become.
this guy's going to be less radical.
Yeah,
is he?
Gina or Tom.
I've heard he's more of a
I
hardliner
don't know
anyway.
that that's the guy we're talking to. So I think the
It might
number,
not be.
Yeah, I think the number of assets that we've deployed there suggests to me that we are going to ramp up considerably over the next couple of weeks. Like, I'm serious. I think he's
Ground
just going to be
troops.
turning things to glass everywhere,
Ground
degrading
troops.
them as much as possible and getting out.
Ground troops.
I do not know. I mean, Marines are there.
There are a lot of Marines.
A lot. We got
Marines
thousands
are there,
of
right?
soldiers.
So,
Yeah.
so I think we're going to go in, unload, and then get out. That's what I think is going to happen.
That sounds easy, but I don't like. Okay, let me put this out. We're in the middle of a 2:00 face-off. It's the same regime. Can we agree with that? It is the same regime,
It's
or no?
still religious hardliners run by
the same people.
IRGC and the
and the
Iranian secret
IRGC
police are
runs
everywhere.
everything.
Right.
Yes, they have
Okay.
all the guns in the country.
So
the IRGC,
same regime. Okay, so the uranium is still there. It's buried, so we don't have that. We don't.
We
It's
said
still there.
we obliterated it last year.
But we didn't.
So
we
clearly
obliterated
not.
the bunkers, not the uranium.
The
There's a
facilities,
difference.
and it's buried under
So let
tons
me
of
ask you,
rock.
I know-
And
I'm
if they move toward it, I believe the president said last night, if we see them move toward it, we're going to target them again. So that's where the uranium is. The uranium is buried. Degrade all the resources, bombs away, ladies and gentlemen, and then get out, because he committed to the people that elected him that we were not going to have endless wars with American troops.
I guess my point is this: if we have the same regime, if they still have the uranium, and now the Strait of Hormuz is closed, what did we accomplish?
Well, it's temporarily closed because of what's going on.
It could be closed for a long time, for all we know.
Tell me, it's not closed militarily. It's closed by the threat that Iran meant, right?
And the insurers who
right, but-
refuse.
The ballistic missile program is gone.
Right, but
it's gone.
But the tankers don't believe this, apparently, because they're not going.
Yeah,
Water
I
didn't
don't
run
think
dry
that's his
in the
concern.
strait.
So, Tom, you said you wanted to ask a question.
Yeah,
I wanna-
I'm trying to think about.
I know.
I apologize.
It moves fast in here.
Yes, there's a lot going on.
I got a question.
Please.
Okay, over the last 20 years, and we've seen, we talked about off-air data and what's been going on, and the world's evolved. North Korea got nuclear weapons in 2006. They started in 1980 and developed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the leverage in terrorism and oil and location that Iran has.
Yeah.
No president, we've always tried to talk our way to the crazy regimes, talk our way through it. Wait, we're going to pay the bully to not be crazy anymore. It's not the people, not the Iranian people, the regimes.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be a different way and at least a different effort. Writing them checks and watching this stuff get crazier. Cells are being deployed. Actions are being happened. Terrorism was still continuing on. And the world's changing to green, and all the leverage they have continues to multiply. There had to be a reset.
Can I tell you, I think one of the, not you specifically, I think one of the issues is we're coming up on our 250th birthday as a nation, which is outstanding, which is wonderful. They're roughly 6,000 years old.
Right.
Iran and Persia and that region. This is a blink of an eye for them.
They don't think the way we think.
They don't think the way they think.
Yeah.
They hold grudges going back 4,000 years.
Yep. Yes.
Like, I just don't. The idea that you're right. I don't think we should negotiate with them.
I think the
we should leave
president.
them the hell alone.
I think the president understands that.
That affects us.
But I think the president totally understands that they don't think the way we think, and that there's not going to be a sudden surge of democracy.
It's not going to become Switzerland.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think what we accomplished again, and I'm sorry to be pedantic, is that those intermediate range ballistic missiles were a threat to the whole world, and they are done. And if we unload on them over the next 2 weeks and then we get out, it's I understand.
I worry that Russia and China have too much of a vested interest in Iranian oil.
Yeah.
They have more vested interest in us.
Possibly.
They have more invested in the United States in this situation, period.
This is the special 2:00 version of the Face Off. Thank you for joining us as we kick the show off today. Coming up next, our panel takes on Trump pulled a page from his apprentice days. We'll explain next. Outspoken, right here on KTAR.
Join KTAR April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the largest medical university in the state of Arizona. There's an eye institute, a therapy institute. You even have a veterinary school now.
The veterinary school, our hospital on campus, is the largest animal hospital in North America. So right here in Glendale, we have some pretty remarkable things. But yeah, we have 15 colleges and 20 licensing degree programs.
As well as all of the specialty clinics that provide services to people in Arizona.
You know, it's remarkable the education we're offering to the students, but I think from a community standpoint, the type of care that they could get right in their backyard. You walk into our dental institute, and I say this all the time, it's like walking into NASA. Like, that does not look like a normal dental institute. You can get remarkable care. Our eye institute, there's like 4 places in the country that have the type of capabilities that we have at that place. We don't want to be a hidden gem anymore. We want the whole world to know what's happening right here in Glendale, Arizona.
You can find out more by going to MWUclinics.com. MWUclinics.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:46, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. The NCAA Women's Final Four games are happening this weekend, and Cox is providing free Wi-Fi around downtown Phoenix.
There will be 2,500 hotspots available from Friday through Monday. Cox Phoenix Market Vice President Susan Annabelle explains how you can connect.
If you go to the available Wi-Fi hotspots on your phone, it'll show as free Cox Wi-Fi. There'll be a great splash page that'll tell you you're at the right spot for your free access in honor of the big games this weekend.
You'll have access to hotspots around Mortgage Matchup Center, Town at the Phoenix Convention Center, and Margaret T. Hance Park for Saturday's concert. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the temperature in Mesa, right now it's 84 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Stop for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Sources say the president had grown increasingly frustrated that the Justice Department wasn't doing enough to target his political opponents, not despite Pam Bondi's efforts to reshape the department as an enforcer of the Trump agenda, breaking from the norms of independence put in place after Watergate. Under Bondi, the DOJ has attempted to indict New York State Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey. It's brought lawsuits against more than half the states to obtain their voter rolls. Top universities have been sued, with the department alleging discrimination via DEI policies and a failure to protect Jewish students on campus.
So Pam Bondi was fired as the Attorney General today.
Reassigned to the private sector.
Fired
was the terminology.
Really funny word.
Yeah, transitioning to the private sector. Ouch. Yeah, so welcome to a 2 o'clock edition of The Face Off. We're taking this up with our panel, Gina Swoboda, Tom Hatton, and Stacey Pearson. If you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, that is the panel we have here. So why was Pam Bondi fired, and why today?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Because she sucks.
Okay.
I mean, maybe just
the base hated Pam Bondi. They were just constantly raging against her because I think some people in the party had their expectation level set with binders and assorted other things, and then they didn't get what they thought was coming. And the person,
like where all these? How come all the pedophiles aren't in jail? And why are we?
Right.
You promised us this.
And it was a never-ending cycle where she was never going to meet the bar that she herself had helped set. Frankly,
yeah.
Right?
Tom,
I think that's well said. Not good at her job in terms of expectations and execution, and I think all those crashed. Period.
Like, was she supposed to be in love with Trump or no? Or was she supposed to be fair? Because well, I'm just saying
that ship sailed.
Yeah,
well, I'm just saying.
Conceptually fair, right?
Aren't you supposed to be fair?
The Attorney General is supposed to be the attorney for the nation.
Correct.
Trump thinks it's his attorney.
Well, the Attorney General in the first term recused themselves from something that Jeff Sessions recused himself and then off to the races with the Russian collusion hoax and.
Right.
Many attorneys, serious people, did not think he had to recuse. So I think he went into this cycle saying, I'm not going to go through that again. And unfortunately, the expectation level setting was.
Did she not protect him enough from the Epstein files? Because that's another thing that's being thrown around. Her handling of it. What did she do wrong?
I don't think she needed to protect him. I haven't seen anything in the files that directly implicate him. I think that people were looking for perp walks that just haven't occurred
in the U.S.
They've occurred in other countries.
Right. They're occurring in other places, but we're not seeing any.
The ham-handed redactions, even the fact that the word don't is redacted because they were pulling the word don.
Wow.
I mean, it is 5,000 redactions of the word don't across the Epstein file documents that have been released. I mean, it's so sloppy. And I think that's the issue with Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem. Their work was just sloppy. And they did not, the folks that were working for them were even sloppier. It's just a mess.
I think sometimes you when you get into a job and you're qualified and you actually have to do the job, right? And there was so much of this fervor when Trump got elected. Everybody kind of puffs up a little bit and says all these things, and that gets everybody fired up. Yes. And then all the dust settles, and you have to actually go out and execute and be structured and all those things. That's what happened in those two incidents. I just don't think they were, and that caused a lot of rift and a lot of fallout. And just when you look at the next thing that was being said, there wasn't a follow through to make it happen.
It's hurt, and
I wouldn't keep it high.
It's hurt him politically in that way. So if you start to attract enough political stray voltage, you've lost your value, and
So did Trump fire Kristi Noem because of the stuff that was going to come out about her husband?
Whoa.
Because that's some weird, kinky, weird stuff.
I thought it was Kennedy's questioning of her in that panel.
Well, I did too.
And then the button for Cricket the dog just threw me.
Stacey put it right on the money with that. I think they both are hand in hand. Obviously, the fallout from Kristi's completely different. There might not have been execution in her job, but the craziness that was going on in her personal life, hugely loud.
Again, it's detracting from what you want to talk about as you're heading into a midterm.
All three of you, thank you so much for coming in, not only on a short notice, but for joining us here to start the show off. Thank you guys so very much. That is our special edition of The Face Off at 2 o'clock. Gina Swoboda, Stacey Pearson, and Tom Hatton. Thank you again. So gracious with your time. All right, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way, and then coming up on the other side, it's the hottest restaurant to come to Phoenix in decades. And you won't believe how we managed to...
Score a table.
Yeah, we're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain. But you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange?
K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next remodeling seminar will be Tuesday, April 21st.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. President Donald Trump has fired another high-profile member of his cabinet. ABC's Rachel Scott says word of the change came with a post from the president on Truth Social.
Pam Bondi will no longer serve as Attorney General of the United States. He calls Pam Bondi a great patriot, saying that she has faithfully served as Attorney General over the past year, saying that she has done a tremendous job when it comes to a crackdown in crime. The president says that the administration loves Pam, but that she's going to be moving on to a new job in the private sector. He then adds that the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, will now be serving as the acting Attorney General of the United States.
There have been reports members of the president's inner circle have been frustrated with Bondi's handling of the Epstein files, along with a stronger desire to target the president's political enemies. Today is World Autism Awareness Day, and Phoenix area Raising Cane's restaurants are raising money for autism research. Sarah Roth of Raising Cane says 15% of their proceeds today will go to the Southwest Autism Research and Resource Center.
One of the people on our marketing team has actually partnered with this group before in their personal life, had a great experience, got a lot of support from them, and wanted to find a way to give back to them. And so being at Cane's, we get that opportunity to support those organizations that mean so much to us.
Donations are also being accepted online and through the Raising Cane's app. A close call for a Yavapai County man after a set of wheels from a cement truck crashed through the walls of his home last night. It happened in Paulden, more than 100 miles north of Prescott. Deputies were able to track down the truck about 15 miles north of the home. The driver told them he wasn't aware the wheels had detached from the axle, which remained in place.
Eyes on Education.
I got a feeling. will.i.am is known for many things in the music industry, but now he's taking over the classroom at ASU.
The Black Eyed Peas frontman is in his first semester as a teacher, leading a class called the Agentic Self that teaches general artificial intelligence knowledge and how to build an AI agent. He says this class is preparing students to teach small business owners or everyday people how to manage AI.
We think AI is like everywhere. It's not. It's not democratized yet. It may seem like everyone's talking about it because some people's feeds are like inundated with AI, agent. It's not everywhere.
He added, while most classes are taught about things in the past, this is preparing students for technology being invented right now. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more education solution stories, go to ktar.com/education. It's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's April 2nd, and back on this day in 1977, Fleetwood Mac's Rumors album climbed to number 1 and stayed at the top of the charts for 31 weeks. Lead singer and Phoenix native Stevie Nicks rocked the vocals on the album, only her second album with the band. Nicks' music career began as a duo with her then-boyfriend Lindsey Buckingham before they both joined Fleetwood Mac in 1975 alongside Mick Fleetwood and Christine and John McVie. Rumors was a huge commercial success. It became Fleetwood Mac's second U.S. #1 record, while also reaching number 1 in the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. It sold over 10 million copies worldwide within just a month of its release. Rumors has frequently been cited as one of the greatest albums of all time. It was inducted into the Grammy Hall of Fame in 2003 and 2004, and it was ranked 7th in Rolling Stone's list of the 500 greatest albums of all time. And it climbed to number 1 on the charts back on this day in 1977.
And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash off right I-17 southbound near Osborne Road. Phoenix with a crash near the Gore Point. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 35th Avenue. And a quick look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash on Hermosa Drive and Mill Avenue. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
KTAR Valley weather, partly cloudy this afternoon, the high 87, sunny tomorrow, high 89, and plenty of sunshine for the weekend with a high of 91 on Saturday, 95 on Sunday. Right now it's 84 degrees in Glendale. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Oh. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, that's right. A lot of people call it the best of the hours.
Hey, you never know what you're going to get with the program. We started off with the face-off. Usually you hear that Wednesdays at 5, but because of Trump's special speech to the nation, which was hot garbage, we decided to lead with that at 2. We had a great panel. Play you a little bit of it coming up in the show. A lot of different opinions of why he gave the speech and who he gave the speech to, because it wasn't America. I can tell you that right now.
Wow.
But it was interesting to kick off the show with the face-off.
Yeah, a little bit different. Try to do some things a little bit different. All right. There is a new restaurant, kind of open. It's in the soft open phase.
And by the way,
yeah,
when we went to commercial break during the face-off, the panel said, well, what are you guys going to talk about?
We teased. We're talking about this new restaurant.
This is off the air.
Yeah.
And we're like, we're going to talk about, and we said the name of the restaurant, and everybody went, oh! Okay.
I had no idea.
Yeah, right. All right.
So there is a new restaurant technically scheduled to open April 20th at Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, downstairs by the valet, by the way, if you're wondering where it is. It's called Din Tai Fung. It is a Taiwanese dumpling. That's what they're kind of famous for. They're dumplings.
World-renowned.
Yeah. I've been to it before. They have a lot of locations. I say a lot. They got locations in California.
Right.
This one is causing a bit of a stir. Can I tell you? I got to tell the story.
Okay.
So,
yeah, because this happened yesterday. We're like, we have got to, because I'll tell you this. Almost everybody I know wants to get in. And they want a reservation.
You can't.
You can't even get close.
And I'm going to tell you why.
This is an awesome story.
So I was at the mall
yesterday.
And I'm like, oh, this is where Din Tai Fung. I just knew it was coming to Scottsdale. I know it was in the mall. It's just literally in the mall. So I go up there, and there's a very nice young lady standing there. She has a clipboard and a little ear thing in her ear. She looks like a Secret Service agent.
It's very professional.
Very professional.
Yeah.
And I walk up to her, and I said, I'm there with my niece. And I said, do you guys accept reservations? And big smile. She goes, yes, we do. I said, well, that's great. We'd like to make a reservation. She goes, oh, we don't have any available.
Okay.
And I was like, so you can't really make a reservation. Is what you she said, well, you have to go on the website at midnight. And you have to do it online, and we release them a day at a time.
So my son-in-law has gone on the website.
Okay.
Every night. For like 2 weeks.
At midnight.
Because he's feeding the baby.
Yeah.
It's his turn to feed the baby.
Sure.
He can't get a reservation.
Can't get one.
Yeah.
So then I said, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Do you guys do takeout? And they go, big smile on her face. Yes, we have takeout. Oh, well, great. I'd like to do takeout. She goes, we don't have any more available for today. And I go, so you don't really do takeout? I go, how do we get takeout? Again, you have to go on the website at 11 a.m. and get on the takeout list for that day.
Hang on. Takeout, 11 a.m.
Yes.
For that day?
For that day only.
Okay. And reservation midnight. For any day you could possibly.
They only do it they release 1 day in advance.
Okay. So you're at Din Tai Fung, Scottsdale.
So I did not get in. I could not get takeout. The lady was very, very pleasant. She said, yes, we have reservations. Yes, we have takeout. No, you can't have either. Which I tried not to take personally. So my niece has been in town all week long.
Yeah.
And we've been going around doing things. Now, she is a huge Din Tai Fung fan. We were in Los Angeles together a year ago, and she said, we have to go to this restaurant. We did. And it's good. Okay. I liked it.
Yeah.
So she went on the website at 11 a.m. Wednesday, and she got on the takeout list.
This is yesterday.
And my niece, Sophie, yesterday was Bring Sophie to Work Day.
Yeah.
So
She's delightful.
She is a delightful girl. And I wanted to bring Sophie to the radio station, show her her work. She wanted to meet Gatos. She was very excited to meet Gatos. She had no idea that she was even more excited that Julia's a part of the show.
Yeah.
Super excited about that.
Yeah. First lady of
the first lady.
Outspoken.
So Sophie went to Din Tai Fung, got takeout, and brought it to us here at the radio station.
I could not believe it.
She walked in with the bags, and we had a tasting party.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing, because I always like to know, how am I going to benefit from this situation?
What's in it for me?
What's in it for me?
Okay.
And so when you said that she was going to stop by, I jokingly said, well, I hope she's bringing treats. Just something that you say. And I was thinking, well, because she's such a sweetheart, maybe she'd bring like cookies or something.
Right. And I said, well, we'll see, because I knew.
You didn't tell me. She walked in with that bag.
Yeah.
And I looked, and I said, that is not what I think it is. That is like the most exclusive meal that you can have in Arizona at this very moment. There are people trying to get into this restaurant.
Yes.
Calling people that they know.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know somebody? Can you get me in? How do I get in? Can I get a table? I'll eat dinner at 3 o'clock. I don't care. Get me in. I'll go at 3 in the morning. How do I get this food?
Again, they're very polite.
Of course.
But the answer is no to every question, by the way. They're extremely polite.
But it's such a smart, it's so smart because it's like, it's exclusive. It feels exclusive. It feels like something big. And apparently it is.
Apparently it is.
Right.
So what did you think of Din Tai Fung yesterday?
Great.
We had chicken dumplings.
Okay, I wrote it down.
Oh, you wrote it? Okay.
Yeah. There was chicken dumplings.
They were good.
There was shrimp dumplings.
I don't like shrimp, so I didn't have it.
I had the shrimp. There was the crab dumplings.
Crab and pork was very
By the way,
good.
that was good.
Solid.
Okay.
And then for dessert?
All right. And then
we had wontons also.
We did.
There were wontons, and then there was some sort of a cucumber thing.
We both skipped the cucumber thing.
I don't eat cucumbers.
I don't prefer to eat cucumbers if there's better food on the table.
Fair enough. If it was the last thing, you'd eat it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I skipped the cucumber thing, and I'm sure it's good. But then there was another dish, and I'm like, I don't want that. And it was the chocolate dumpling.
Imagine, if you will,
ladies and gentlemen,
a small dumpling filled with chocolate.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
It was unbelievable.
I was like, why did I wait till the end? I want to fill up on these. Oh, my goodness.
I didn't know what to do with it and what to say.
Yeah.
And to be honest, there was, you know how if you're out to dinner and you're sharing like plates.
Yeah, you do the share thing.
And you see one more that one on the
that
plate
you really like.
Yeah. And you don't want to take it. You want to offer it to other people.
Does anybody want this one?
Yeah.
There's one left. Does anybody want it?
Or no, you say, you know what, hey, there's one left. Why don't you take it? Meaning I still want it.
I want. That's code for I really want it.
So there was one more on the table.
There was one more.
And Julia dove for it. She dove for it.
Yeah.
She grabbed it and she put it in her mouth.
It was disappointing, quite honestly.
She got the last.
Unbecoming of the first lady of Outspoken.
She's a little younger than us.
Well, she's quick.
She's
low to the ground.
And she got it.
Yeah.
And I don't blame her.
Yeah.
It is. Okay, let me ask you a question. Because if you're just joining us, we're talking about Din Tai Fung.
Hi.
Okay.
I shouldn't say that. It's Taiwanese.
Has there been a restaurant that has opened in the Valley that has gotten this much attention? Yes. I don't really. Do you remember any?
In-N-Out Burger?
In-N-Out. So we're going way back. We're going 26 years.
You remember when In-N-Out Burger shut down the I-10?
Yeah. So we're going 25 years back.
Okay. What about when Cane's? I remember when Cane's. No, didn't
Cane's?
do it.
No.
White Castle?
No.
No.
I think you have a point on In-N-Out Burger.
In-N-Out Burger was.
So what we're talking about is it's been 25 years since people have gone this crazy.
Gone nuts for a restaurant. But there was a lovely older group, two couples.
Wait, but there are people actually dining?
Oh, yeah, there's people sitting inside eating.
Just because we're getting
people do get in there.
It's open.
It is open.
It's just
soft open.
Almost impossible to get into.
Almost impossible. It's like winning the lottery.
You tried to do a walk-in and it didn't work.
Well, I knew I was prepared to make a reservation for any other day.
I would have walked in.
Yeah.
And I would have walked past the table and took a dumpling off somebody's plate.
They have a rope up. You can't
they
just
have the
walk
rope
in.
up.
But again, I saw this very nice two older couples.
Did you ask them to order for us?
No, they were attempting. They didn't understand. They were like, well, you're a restaurant and you're open. Yes, we are. Can we get a table? No, you cannot. Can we get something to go? Yes. Can we get it now? No. And they just didn't understand. They were like it reminded me of the Seinfeld episode about the rental car. I have a reservation. Well, we don't have a car, but that's what the reservation's for.
Here, yeah.
We were going back and forth like, yes, we do takeout. We just don't do it right now. And I'm like, okay. So, yeah, Din Tai Fung opened at the Scottsdale Fashion Square downstairs by the valet.
We got a little taste of it yesterday.
We did. It is fantastic. There's no doubt about it. And I'm not I've eaten once in my life at a Taiwanese dumpling restaurant and that's it. Like I don't even judge it against, but I liked it and I'm a finicky eater.
Yes, you are. But what they
do,
how they do it with the red rope and they make it. They make it an experience. Like it is something that's very exclusive, and you want to be a part of it. That's the smart. That's the smart PR part.
Can I just very polite telling me there's no chance I'm going to.
Which is smart. Which is good. Which is good.
Yeah.
No, that's
you
funny.
Can't. So shout out to Sophie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My niece Sophie.
I didn't have to pay for it. Did you pay for that?
No, she paid for it.
She paid for it?
Yeah.
This is amazing. Got a free meal? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd pay for it.
She's thinking of moving to Phoenix because they have a Din Tai Fung.
Listen, it would have tasted better if you paid for it.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Hey, in a divided country, it's possibly the only thing that brought us all together. Let's talk about it. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:17, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. To fix a patient's irregular heartbeat, doctors at Johns Hopkins University first tested its digital twin.
Scientists have created virtual replicas of patients' diseased hearts so precise that blocking a dangerous irregular heartbeat in these digital twins showed doctors how to better treat the real thing. One of the first clinical trials suggests it might improve care for ventricular tachycardia, a notoriously difficult to treat irregular heartbeat blamed for about 300,000 U.S. deaths a year. The Food and Drug Administration let Johns Hopkins University use the technology for just 10 patients, and much larger studies will be needed.
That's ABC's Chuck Sievertson. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Scottsdale, the crash blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Talking Stick Way. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the State Route 143 southbound near University Drive. A quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a bicyclist on Baseline Road and 51st Avenue. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews and lock in 2025 pricing now. You get a free travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Checking the temperature in Carefree, right now it's 86 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
This is Jim Sharp, and several Democrats have admitted to me a non-nuclear Iran is worth paying more at the pump, but a majority of Americans are still against the war. So how do Trump's talking points need to change? Chuck Todd joins LaDonna Harvey and me on Arizona's Morning News Friday. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on the app.
Hey, quick shout out to Carefree and all the Carefreeans. Thank you guys very much. Carefree, there's your city shout out. All right. Gatos, I want you to think about something. It seems like almost every single topic, story, event gets run through a political filter. It gets run through R versus D, right versus left, them versus us, or whatever. It seems like almost everything is that way. Except for yesterday. The Artemis launch. It didn't really dawn on me at the time. But we watched it. We carried it live. The launch of the spaceship, doing a lap around the moon, doing some recon, make sure it's still up there. They're going to go around the dark side of the moon. Hope they got good lights on that thing. But it seemed like for at least a little bit, and if I'm the only one, you can check me on it. I think a lot of people are like, yeah, it's kind of proud to be an American. It's kind of a cool thing that we have the ability to do this, and it's not about politics.
I didn't find it patriotic.
Oh.
I didn't find it not patriotic.
Okay.
I found it interesting. I found I was happy about it.
I think we all watched the launch with like fingers crossed, like, please don't blow up, right?
Well, I think if you watched the Challenger blow up when you were a kid, and we and you and I did, every time you watch a rocket go up, you're going to think of the Challenger.
You can't help but you see that white plume, and you're like, come on.
Right. And so when I watched it, I don't know, I didn't feel patriotic. Did I feel proud to be an American because of the rocket launch?
The ability that we have to do that.
No, I mean, I felt like, hey, I'm glad we're doing this. It's really interesting. We're going to take our first trip to the moon, and I felt more of a historical aspect of it.
Okay,
where we're going to go further than we've ever gone. We're going to do something we haven't done in 53 years. We're going to do it in what is it, less than 10 days?
Right.
Yeah, but you found it patriotic.
Okay, yes. And I felt like the commentary, the online discussion, it was incredibly.
How does that bring us together?
But it was devoid of politics.
Okay.
It was a moment that happened where I felt like people kind of came together, and we had this shared moment. We fingers crossed. It went off. It went great. Everything went good, and we shared a moment as a nation, and it wasn't about politics. I can't think of very many of those we have anymore.
Like the Super Bowl?
No, the Super Bowl's all about politics now. Sport, come on.
What was the political aspect of the last?
The halftime.
Yeah, that's right.
We can't even have a halftime show without politics.
You're right. I was just trying to. Yeah, you're right. Bad Bunny. Yeah.
Can it?
No, I'm trying to think.
No, I'm just saying.
Sitting here, I'm like the Super Bowl.
I mean,
you think of.
I might be the only one. I hope I'm not.
You think of events that are not political,
and that are kind of communal events where a large number of Americans can participate and be a part of.
Well, I mean, I'm racking my brain. I can't really think of one.
All right, then I win. All right.
I think it's an interesting way to look at it.
I was happy. It made me happy that we had an event
too.
that wasn't clouded by politics. Even Trump, when he started his speech, he congratulated him. You know, it was good. It wasn't, you know. I appreciate that he didn't say, it's only because I'm here that they did this. You know?
Yeah. Well, that would have ruined it.
Right. He would have made it about himself, but it wasn't. It was about these NASA. It's about these 4 astronauts.
And it's about what we can do that other countries can't do.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I didn't think about it that way.
Okay.
I don't know if I feel patriotic about it though. And I kind of
okay, maybe you're misunderstanding. It's not as much patriotism as
proud of the country.
A shared event that wasn't about politics.
That I would agree with.
And we don't have many of those
unless
anymore.
There were some Democrats and Republicans that wanted to shut the thing down for one reason or another.
Probably.
Well, where did it take place?
Florida. Takes off in Florida, Cape Canaveral.
Okay. It's the Kennedy Space Center.
That is exactly right.
Didn't they rename it? What's the Trump Kennedy thing? What was that?
No, that's the.
Is that a different one?
That's something different. Okay. Yes,
because that's political.
That most certainly would be if Trump renames the Kennedy Center. You're talking about the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in Washington, D.C.
Are you sure he didn't try and name the Kennedy Space Center after himself?
There's
in Florida?
a greater than 0% chance that he tried.
I'm just checking.
Okay. Check the headlines are on the way. Melody Burkett is going to do that for us. And you know what, Phoenix, we're center stage hosting the NCAA Women's Final Four. We've got games tomorrow and Sunday at the Mortgage Matchup Center. All the details you need for like the free fan events and the big Super Saturday concert, you can find those on the contest page at KTAR.com. Coming up next, did an NBA team pull the meanest April Fool's Day prank of all time? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
Hey, if you're ready to smile with confidence again, if you're ready to enjoy the foods that you love again, I want you to schedule a free consultation with Aria Dental Implant Center. Just tell them Gato sent you, and you can go there and meet Dr. Joe. You're going to get a new patient consultation. You're going to get a 3D CT scan. You can even come in for a second opinion. So when you do this, obviously you're dealing with painful teeth. You're dealing with missing teeth. You're dealing with dentures that just don't feel secure, and you're not alone. And so I want you to call and get that appointment at Aria and let them change your life. We're talking about brand new teeth. Call Aria Dental Implant Center today and, ask about treatment options. Ask about financing because you're going to like the price. You're going to say, wait a second, I'm going to like the price? Yeah, you're going to you'll love the price. You're going to get the best surgeon in Dr. Joe and the best price in town. Ask why. Ask why you'll get the best price in town. Just go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime. When you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona, the qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Enjoy post-game fireworks at Chase Field throughout the season. For dates and tickets, visit dbacks.com/fireworks.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3:30. I'm Melody Burkett. It's championship week in the Valley with the NCAA Women's Final Four in the Valley starting tomorrow, but a part of the community is going to be feeling the tournament's impact long after it's over.
Well, today I'm getting a sneak peek of Tourney Town, a free fan festival in downtown Phoenix that kicks off today, but yesterday I also got a look at how the tournament is revitalizing the Washington Activity Center through the Women's Final Four Legacy Project. Governor Katie Hobbs explains.
This renovation didn't happen because of one organization. It happened because leaders across the Valley and the NCAA said yes. Yes to investing in neighborhoods, yes to long-term impact, and yes to creating safe and welcoming places for kids and families.
Those renovations include 2 refurbished basketball courts, wireless scoreboards, as well as a new literacy lounge and computer lab. In downtown Phoenix, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
There'll be free Cox Wi-Fi around downtown Phoenix from Friday through Monday for the NCAA Women's Final Four games. Phoenix Market Vice President Susan Annable tells KTAR there'll be 2,500 hotspots from the Mortgage Matchup Center to Turning Town at the Phoenix Convention Center and Margaret T. Hans Park for Saturday's concert.
So whether you need to call an Uber or access your tickets to the big game, your Cox Wi-Fi will be able to connect to.
She says the hotspot will show up as free Cox Wi-Fi and you do not need a password to connect.
It's really taken decades to put a holiday into place.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has signed legislation to repeal Cesar Chavez Day following allegations of abuse against the late farm workers' rights activist. But State Senator Sally Ann Gonzalez isn't happy with the move. She says it's disrespectful to the movement and believes this will make it harder to get a state holiday dedicated to farm workers. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Starting in Scottsdale, a crash that was blocking the left-hand lanes has cleared, and that was at the Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Talking Stick Way. Phoenix with a crash on the Loop 22 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street. A quick look into our surface streets. Chandler with a crash on Chandler Boulevard and 24th Street, and Phoenix with a crash on Baseline Road and 51st Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Partly cloudy this afternoon, the high 87, sunny tomorrow, high 89, and lots of sunshine for the weekend, high of 91 on Saturday, 95 on Sunday. Right now it's 84 degrees in Tempe. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna here. Vince Marotta has the lowdown on the men's and women's Final Four, and we will run down everything happening downtown this weekend for you. That's tomorrow morning, 5 to 8, with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to watch the KTAR YouTube channel.
So yesterday was April Fool's Day, Gatos.
Yes.
And we didn't make much of a to-do over it. I think a lot of people have gotten past the point, of like,
trying to
kind of expecting people are going to
try to trick somebody.
Trying to trick you, right?
Yeah.
But that didn't stop others.
If you can do it right, do it.
Apparently, the Washington Wizards, formerly the Washington Bullets.
Well, you can't have bullets now.
Have you ever been to Washington, D.C.?
Yes, I
have. It was
have.
literally the best named team ever. It was most apropos.
You can't call it that anymore.
They pulled an April Fool's joke on a fan.
Yeah.
That I thought was funny.
We've got the audio.
I thought it was funny.
You know when they bring fans out to center court and they say, hey, you know what? You make this shot, you get like 10 grand.
Yeah, make a half-court shot, right? You've seen that. You see, they do it in hockey, like all these things, right?
So they brought a guy up.
Okay.
Half court, blindfolded.
He had to be blindfolded, though.
Correct. And so let's go through what the trick was.
Right.
Okay.
So he's blindfolded.
Yes, he is.
They're holding on to him. They're saying, okay, you can kind of get a running start, but you're going to throw the ball.
Right.
You can't see.
Can't see where you're throwing it. But if you make it, 10 grand.
10 large.
All right, here's what it sounded like, and you'll notice the prank.
This is the one, though. Jackson, it's all on you.
So you got the halftime person.
I think it's like the mascot. I don't even know what the hell that thing is. The wizard,
It used to be a bullet.
Hello?
Right? Now it's just a dumb wizard.
It's a wizard. Bullets are so much better. So now you've got, like, the mascot and, the stadium announcer, right? Yeah. They've got them all ginned up now.
This might be history if you get this done. For $10,000.
I'm not sure about the music in the background. It sounds like a ukulele. Who does that anymore?
I don't know.
Bad drum roll. Mm-hmm. Sound effects are awful.
Yeah.
All right, he's ready to shoot.
Oh, my.
The ball goes in the air.
Yeah.
And it goes nowhere near the basket.
It wasn't even remotely
Not even close.
Right? But
they say, you made it. You win 10 grand because it's April Fool's Day. Right?
The whole crowd was in on it.
Yes, sir.
Somebody's rich.
Somebody's rich.
The
So this guy takes his blindfold off, and he's like, I can't believe that I did this.
I'm blindfolded.
So good.
I threw it. I had no idea.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
The contestant's going crazy. The crowd is going crazy.
Crowd's in the bathroom, let's be honest.
Jackson! Oh my gosh! You didn't see it. We all saw it.
Didn't go anywhere near the basket, but we
Right.
told you it went right. It wasn't even a bank in.
No,
It was
they've
a
even got
swish.
the big goofy check. You know, like you win a PGA Tour event. They had the big goofy check to give the guy.
You want to see it? All right, take a look at the screen for the replay.
All right, let's go to the big screen.
That was crazy.
Yeah, this replay is going to suck. This isn't even like one that you would tap your hat for in Major League Baseball anymore. Ouch. Not close.
Go up with it right here, and you see how it just doesn't. It doesn't actually go in.
It doesn't go in.
Ouch.
So I was $10,000 richer.
Only for a few seconds.
You got my hopes up.
Yeah.
I was super happy.
Uh-huh.
And now you've
April Fools.
Guy standing there like someone shot his dog.
Bro.
No, it was not Christy Nome.
Bro.
He's standing there like, I'm humiliated.
I'm not gonna lie, sir. I really hate April Fool's Day. I'm so sorry. We're gonna hook you up with an autographed jersey.
Okay, so the Wizards have been forced to apologize.
Of course they have.
But I don't know if this is one of those things where this guy's going to find, he's going to find one of these lawyers on a billboard to sue. He's going to go after him.
You got an autographed jersey, though.
So he also got 2 courtside seats.
Yes, he did. But he got duped.
Yeah.
He was embarrassed. He was the butt of a joke. And I don't think people like being the butt of the joke.
I'm so sorry. We're gonna hook you up with an autographed jersey, some courtside seats for next season. Can you make some noise for
It's not even this season.
our music and sport?
Okay, let's answer the question here, okay?
By the way, and the Wizards as a basketball team, hot garbage.
Yeah.
They are. The fact that there's anybody there to watch them is amazing.
Is this funny? That's the question. Is it funny?
So something I learned a long time ago.
Is it
about
mean?
this.
Is it funny?
It's kind of mean.
Okay.
You can do April Fool's jokes, but you can't make a person, an individual, the butt of the joke.
It has to be more than one person, so you feel like, we all got
like
duped.
everybody was in on it.
Yeah.
You can't make one person like the spotlight on them. That's where it gets. Where it goes from being funny to maybe a little bit mean.
Right, because
this guy thought he won $10,000.
I want to be able to laugh at stuff. I don't want to have to take things so seriously all the time. You know what I mean? And so I watch this, and I'm trying to be like, oh, it's got to be funny, right? And then I'm thinking, nah, that was pretty mean. That was pretty mean. If you put yourself in that spot, how would you feel?
So, have you ever done those? Have you ever done that?
What?
Like the half-court shot thing?
No, I'm sure you have, though.
So I was at a Clippers game.
Of course you were.
Back in the day when I lived in L.A. I'm at the Clip Dogs. And I knew their director of marketing or whatever because we had worked with the radio station. And I'm sitting there minding my own business. You know, it's a Clippers game back in the day. There's dozens of us at the stadium. Okay, we're playing at the sports arena.
Surprised they didn't put you in the starting lineup.
Listen, there's a chance. Okay, the guy comes up to me and goes, "I need you to do the half-court shot."
Okay.
I go, but I don't want to do the half-court shot. He goes, I'm supposed to have another person. They're not here. I just need somebody to do it. I don't care what happens. And he goes, here, come over. And so I had to go in there. They give you a jersey. I had to put a jersey on. Okay. Didn't want to wear a Clippers jersey. Wearing a Clippers jersey.
No.
And the thing was, you had to make a layup.
Oh.
You had to make a 3-pointer.
Yeah. And then a half-court.
And then a half-court shot.
A free throw, too?
No, a free throw. Layup, free throw.
Three-pointer.
3-pointer.
No half-court.
No half-court.
Okay.
Make the layup.
I'm surprised.
I hit the free throw.
Did you really?
I go for the 3-point shot.
There's no way.
I didn't come close.
No.
I got to tell you.
It's hard.
The glass backboard is what threw me off. I never played. You have no depth perception. I have absolutely no idea where that basket was.
You're not warmed up. You're on an NBA court, and you can't play basketball.
And I can't play basketball.
No,
you add that to it.
2 out of 3.
I mean, 2 out of 3. I won like dinner somewhere or something, but I missed out on the big prize of God knows what the Clippers were giving.
I think you have to make the layup.
You have to.
You miss the layup.
6'2". I can make a layup.
You're awful.
You can make a layup.
Free throw. Even Shaq couldn't make the free throw.
Well, I did bank it.
Oh, did you bank it?
I should have called that, but I did get it in. Yeah.
Yeah, the three-pointer, you're not going to make that.
No.
Where did you take the three-pointer from? Do you remember?
Left side. I went off to the left a little bit.
Corner?
Yeah. No, not all the way in the corner. Just off the center.
Like
I didn't want to
wing.
be right on the center. Yeah, a little wing shot. There.
Okay. That's hard.
Not even. I'm
airball.
Not even. Oh, my God. I think it missed by 6 feet.
Short. Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Okay.
I was lucky to keep it on the court.
So
anyway,
the Wizards have faced
dogs.
Loud public backlash.
This guy's going to sue. What do you think?
I don't think he can sue.
Well,
you
this
can
country
sue
you can
about
sue for anything, right?
I don't know what you'd get. I don't think it'd be
humiliation, pain, and suffering.
No.
Okay, no.
I'd give the tickets back.
Well, I was going to say, I think it's enough of they gave them tickets to make them have to come back and watch the Wizards. I mean, they ought to sue for that alone. Checking the headlines on the way. We've got Melody Burkett. She's going to get you up to speed on all of the stories you need. And then coming up next, did Trump's speech to the nation last night make you feel any better about what the U.S. is doing in Iran? We'll talk about that next. This is Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, if you've been injured in an accident, you need a law firm that's going to take on the insurance companies. And you need a law firm in Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Listen, don't let the insurance companies take advantage of you, all right? Because that's what they try and do. They don't want to pay you. They want to get out of it. They want to weasel their way out of it. They don't want to pay you. That's just how it goes. But if you've been hurt, call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION because Sweet James will step on their neck. That's what they do. Sweet James is trusted by thousands of injured accidents across Arizona. The official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. They get results, and they'll take your case seriously, and they'll make sure that you are heard by the insurance companies. You know, don't sweat it. You know what I mean? Don't feel anxiety over the fact that you're injured and no one is going to help you. Sweet James Accident Attorneys will absolutely help you, and they will fight for you, and they have a 98% winning record. Sweet James, winning for you. Just call them at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, or visit sweetjames.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hey, Valley drivers. City of Phoenix's new photo safety cameras are officially up and running, and they're here to help keep everyone safer on the roads. They're in places where they can make a difference. High traffic areas and school zones where safety is critical. These photo safety cameras are about protecting our community and making sure everyone gets where they're going safely. Remember, better a flash than a crash. For more info, visit phoenix.gov/photosafety.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
Springtime in Phoenix, and painting is maddening. So do what Brian did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talked about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:46, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Against a backdrop of choppy international relations, the U.S. trade deficit grew in February, the latest month for which figures are available.
The United States did export slightly more in February than in January, but imports grew more rapidly. The result was a trade deficit that grew nearly 5% to $57.3 billion. Economists were anticipating an even larger trade gap.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. Another weight loss drug is on the way.
The FDA has approved a new GLP-1 weight loss drug. It's a pill called Foundeo from Eli Lilly. It starts at $149 for the lowest dose without insurance. It can be taken any time of day with no food or water restrictions. It's available beginning Monday.
That's ABC's Hannah Butta. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near 24th Street. A look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on Camelback Road and 95th Avenue. And Phoenix with a crash involving a bicyclist on 48th Street and Baseline Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
You know what scared Kathy more than surgery? Giving up her active life, turning down opportunities to do the things she loves.
I found myself saying, no, I don't want to do that because of pain. It was really limiting my activities in every way.
And then came the diagnosis.
You need 2 full knee replacements. I don't have time for a double knee replacement, and I don't like pain, so... no.
But that's not how her story ends. She tried something different, QC Kinetics. It was cutting edge, but natural and much easier on her body, with thousands of patient success stories.
I went to QC Kinetics. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free, no pain. I feel fantastic. Too much life to live, and I want to stay in motion as long as I possibly can.
Don't let pain decide what you say yes or no to. Live your best life. They'll make sure of it at QC Kinetics, starting with a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's check out the Gatos Big Q at KTAR.com. Scroll down right side of the page. You'll find a new one every day. Bruce just found it.
Found it.
All right, so at 8:50, I go on with Broomhead. We talk about the Q. And here at 3:50, Bruce, you like to guess.
Finger on the pulse of America.
Did Trump's speech Wednesday night make you feel better about what we are doing in Iran, yes or no?
I think it's going to be no 68.
My computer is frozen, so I can't tell.
Oh, you need to look.
All right. I can't do it. What do you got? Click it.
No 67.
No 67%.
I guess 68.
Oh, gosh, I didn't even think about that. All right. I was trying to push the button.
Finger on the pulse of America.
Good for you, man. That was good.
I have a gift.
All right, so we carried the speech at 6 here on KTAR.
Last night, yep.
And I'm appreciative for that because it didn't ruin the rest of my night. I got to listen to it on the ride home, which is fantastic. I didn't have to take, a part out of my time to have another president lie to me. Here's what I took out of the speech.
You give your version, I'll give mine.
All right. First of all, I think I heard it. I had people tell me.
I heard it too. I did not watch it.
I had people tell me that it was worse on television.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I watched it later. I punished myself and watched it later. And I agree. I think he looked tired. I didn't think he looked in control.
Well, he was reading.
I understand.
When
that.
he reads,
bored.
he's not a good reader. So
no. But he did himself no favors last night. The speech shouldn't have even happened. If you're going to ask for national television, if you're going to ask for time, there needs to be a reason. And you didn't give us any reason.
Well, I think I can make the argument that this is the speech he should have given 5 weeks ago saying we need to go and do this. And this was the kind of the rally Americans around the flag that we need to go and take care of these big bad guys Iran, not wait 5 weeks into it and tell us, by the way, here's why we're going there.
I think if he did this speech 5 weeks ago, it would have fallen on deaf ears too.
Okay, well, but I could at least make the argument he
should have done it.
You were trying to sell us on it before you did it.
He should have done it 5 weeks ago. He didn't do it 5 weeks ago. Why? Because he still doesn't know why we went to war. He still doesn't know. I mean, by the way, here's the biggest part of the speech. Okay, zero acknowledgement of the economic pain he's caused us. None. Gas prices,
and everything.
The pain that is going to come.
It's only going to get worse.
You're going to start paying more for your flight from point A to B. You mentioned just a little while ago. What is it? There's a bag fee that's going up.
Yeah, United. Some other airlines have just added like another $10 to check your bag to try to offset fuel costs.
The post office. If they send you a package, if they deliver you a package, you're going to get a war charge.
Ooh.
There's no acknowledgement of the economic pain that he has caused, and he caused it. There's also no plan forward. You are stuck. He is so stuck he doesn't know what to do. And if you watched that last night and you think, yep, we're in good hands, I don't know what you watched. He is stuck and he doesn't know what to do.
Because we heard on the War Room yesterday, the face-off yesterday, we heard, well, what about all these innocent Iranians that were killed, right, protesting?
Tens of thousands, yeah.
I didn't hear him talk about that. I heard him say he was going to bomb them into the Stone Age.
I don't know if it's the people, but it's. I don't.
Well,
think
if you're an Iranian, I don't think that's useful information.
I think it's I think he was talking about.
How do you tell the difference?
I just assumed it.
They're all Iranians.
Yeah, I assumed it.
Like I don't think they're like we're going to stand over here, bomb us.
But he also said he was going to take out power plants. That's a war crime.
Yeah, that's a war crime.
You don't go after civilians.
But that affects the people.
That does, yeah. He did himself no favors. Listen, we were just talking about That's the Big Q at KTAR.com. Yeah. Broomhead and I, we're talking about it today. We rarely agree on a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but he didn't think the president won last night. There was no winning. There was no takeaway. We have a president who got into something that he didn't fully understand, and now we're stuck, and we broke a bunch of stuff over there, and we might just leave and retreat.
Oof. Yep, we shall see. Checking the headlines are on the way. Melanie Burkett's going to do that for us, get us up to speed. Make sure you know everything that's going on. And Peoria, Arizona just had its own Rob Reiner-like tragedy. We'll talk about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, advancedwindows.com. I want you to check out Advanced Window Products. I just got all of my windows replaced, okay? And I go with a company like Advanced Window Products, 40 years in business. They manufacture their own windows in Phoenix. That means no middleman markup. It means faster turnarounds. Homeowners, you're going to get custom-built windows. That's what I got, custom-built windows for my exact home. There's not like a generic size that's retrofitted on site. That's garbage. That you don't want. You want a company that absolutely will build their own windows perfectly made for your house. Here's the phone number. It's 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. I love my new windows. I can see out of my new windows now, many for the first time. They're not cloudy. They're not discolored. They're perfect. I want you to go and check them out at advancedwindows.com. And now, here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Gatos. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Gatos special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call now, 480-746-4280. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation.
For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog Security Screens. With Bulldog Security Screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog Security Screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. It's about time. That's the crux of Senator Maggie Hassan's reaction to President Trump's firing of Attorney General Pam Bondi. The New Hampshire Democrat says in any other administration, Bondi would have been ousted long ago. She says she's worried about who might come next.
I am very concerned that the president will again turn to somebody who is willing to use the department for the president's personal and political revenge.
President Trump named Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche as the acting Attorney General, but has yet to nominate a permanent pick. In May of 1994, 13-year-old Christina Marie Plant disappeared from Star Valley. Today, the Gila County Sheriff's Office is saying she has been found alive and well.
When she disappeared 32 years ago, there were extensive searches by law enforcement and volunteers. Over time, the case remained open and active, with investigators periodically re-examining the evidence they had and pursuing new leads. Today, they announced Plant's been found, with officials confirming her identity and her well-being. Gila County is not revealing anything further. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
A 19-year-old Phoenix man is headed to prison for more than 7 years after admitting to a string of car thefts. Police say he stole over $600,000 worth of vehicles and even took videos of himself joyriding. Those clips helped investigators tie him to the crimes. A teen accused of violating park rules and running from Mesa police last week has been arrested.
Drones, marijuana, and a trash can used as a hiding place. The story police shared of Lorenzo Williams' arrest has it all. The 18-year-old allegedly fled from police after officers saw him and others just after midnight at Whitman Park, near Country Club Drive and Juniper Street. Police say he threw his backpack over a wall before climbing a fence and fleeing down an alleyway. That's when police used a drone and found him allegedly climbing into a trash can to hide. Police arrested him, then found a backpack and a loaded handgun. He's been arrested on several charges, including possession of marijuana for sale. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
A close call for a Yavapai County man after a set of wheels from a cement truck crashed through the walls of his home last night. It happened in Paulden, more than 100 miles north of Prescott. Deputies were able to track down the truck about 15 miles north of the home. The driver told them he wasn't aware the wheels had detached from the axle, which remained in place. Cesar Chavez Day has been repealed in Arizona, but a state senator believes this will make it harder to get a state holiday dedicated to farm workers. State Senator Sally Ann Gonzalez tells KTAR the sexual abuse allegations against Chavez are horrendous, but removing it sets the movement back.
As a farm worker myself, I really believe in the movement and the people that he led to really change these working conditions for all of us.
Gonzalez hopes to see a state holiday dedicated to farm workers next legislative session. St. Mary's Food Bank helping those in need as the Easter holiday approaches. St. Mary's President Milt Liu said more people are asking for assistance due to a tough economy.
Therefore, today we've included hams and or turkeys for everyone that's visiting us today.
Lou says St. Mary's hands out food boxes 5 days a week, every week. If you'd like to donate food or volunteer, visit stmarysfoodbank.org for more information.
Eyes on Education.
I got a feeling. will.i.am is known for many things in the music industry, but now he's taking over the classroom at ASU. The Black Eyed Peas frontman is leading a class called The Agentic Self that teaches general artificial intelligence knowledge and how to build an AI agent. He says his class is preparing students to teach small business owners or everyday people how to manage AI. To read more education solution stories, go to ktar.com/education. Traffic and weather now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Chandler with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Chandler Boulevard. Glendale with a crash on Camelback Road and 95th Avenue. And Phoenix with a crash involving a bicyclist on 48th Street and Baseline Road. This report is brought to you by the Jewish Tuition Organization. Invest in Jewish education, invest in the future. Your donation is fully credited at tax time. Learn more at jewishtuition.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Partly cloudy this afternoon, the high 87, sunny tomorrow, high 89, and for the weekend, looking for a high of 91 on Saturday, 95 on Sunday. Right now, it's 84 degrees in Buckeye. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed, #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Yes. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people are going to tell you hour number 3. Best of the hour.
Hey, we kicked off the show at 2 o'clock with a special edition of The Face-Off.
Yeah.
Usually you will hear that Wednesdays, like yesterday, at 5. But with the Trump speech, we kicked off the show with The Face-Off, new panel. In about an hour, we'll give you a little excerpt of what we talked about and what they took out of the speech and what direction we're going in Iran. And did the president do himself any favors last night with his 16-minute speech? About very little.
I don't know if anybody's mind was changed. How's that? People probably pretty entrenched, and I don't know if that would have moved the needle.
Could have done it in a tweet.
It could have been this could have been a tweet.
We'll discuss it.
This could have been an email. Peoria, Arizona, just had its own Rob Reiner-like tragedy. A horrible story of a family, parents, trying to do their best for their son as he fights his demons, and they end up being murdered by him. I have to say allegedly, I guess, although he has admitted to it.
Yeah. In thinking about the Rob Reiner situation, and when that came down and we're on the air, thinking about a son who's so disturbed, at least in that case, had every chance. Like, they gave him every chance to get better. They sent him to the best places, right? They tried to get him on the best medication. This is the Reiner family.
Yeah.
And none of it worked. And he went horribly into his own house and killed his parents. And to think that could happen in, like, Peoria, Arizona, it's crazy.
Yeah. We're talking about the Turk family. Scott and Tina Turk, parents, killed by their 29-year-old son.
Turk told police he killed his parents over attempts to force him onto medication. Court records say his parents filed several mental health petitions on him, including 3 this year alone.
So that's one of the questions. What do you do if you have a family member who is not well, has mental health issues, is disturbed, is not acting in their right mind? Because, you love that person, you want to get them help. But I think when
you want the best for them,
right.
and I would also say I think family members and parents, you're also a little blinded to it.
I think so,
right?
But when it comes to the point of filing petitions, this is serious.
Yeah, multiple
ones.
ones.
Why didn't anyone listen to them? Is my question. I don't know if I have the answer. Why couldn't we have prevented this? If you have parents that are filing mental health petitions for their son, how many times do you have to do it before someone hears it? It makes me think of, the little girl who was beaten by her parents and went to school. And,
all the opportunities for people
and
where they reached out and said there's a problem.
And says there's hundreds of calls. No one listens.
Well, I mean, and again, not in reference to this specific case, but in general, we've set a high bar. We've set a high bar to involuntarily commit somebody, for example. It usually involves going in front of a judge. It involves, investigation in some way, shape, or form so that it isn't abused.
He's an adult, and his parents are filing medical petitions against him. It's telling me that, I can at least infer that they felt like there was some type of danger, either to themselves or maybe to himself, and that he needed immediate medical help.
Valley Defense Attorney Josh Colesrud says it's not clear what came of these petitions. Medical files are confidential and are not public record. Back in May of 2023, Peoria police were looking for Jonathan, posting a missing persons flyer on social media, even noting that he is on several medications because of, quote, medical conditions. He was found unharmed days later.
His entire medical history, in particular to his mental health history, is going to be the crux of this case. This case is not a matter of who did it. It's really a question of why this person did this.
That's fair. Yeah. But what I took from it is they were worried that he was going to harm himself. They were trying to get help for him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
And we've heard this before. I've heard this from other parents who've said it is very, very hard to sometimes save somebody from themselves, and then God forbid they get to the point that they turn on you.
Yeah, I don't know if they were. I'm sure they were trying to save him. Here's what I wonder: Did they think that their life was in danger? That's the thing.
I think that's. I think
did they think that? Because all right, we'll go to Rob Reiner. Did Rob Reiner and his wife think that they were in danger?
I don't think they did.
I don't think so either.
And again, I think parents, understandably, want to believe the best of their children.
Right.
And my child could never do something like that. Right.
But when you get to the point that you know your child is disturbed and you go and you file mental health petitions and it falls on deaf ears, that means the system is broken.
Yeah. The bar is set to a level that again, it's really hard to involuntarily commit an adult.
But we always talk about red flags.
Oh,
we
yeah.
talk about school shootings.
Oh, look at all the red flags.
Look at
and,
all the
yeah.
red. I mean, this guy could have went and shot up a school.
Yeah, I could have done a
and
mass
we would have
shooting,
known
right.
that he wasn't in his right mind. And now we've got, 2 adults dead, a son who won't get out of jail, and oh, by the way, they have a daughter. Can you even imagine?
And Turk is now being held inside the Maricopa County Jail. He's being held on a $2 million cash-only bond. Neighbors also tell me that the Turk family and the Turk parents have a college-age daughter who was not living in the home last night when this happened. She's off at college here in Arizona. All of the neighbors told me they feel incredibly, just so sorrowful for that daughter, now without her parents, without her brother, too.
Her whole family's
Whole family. In an instant.
So how do you prevent something like this from happening?
Colesrud says this case has shocking similarities to the allegations against Nick Reiner in California, now accused of killing his dad, Rob, a famous actor, and his mom, Michelle, late last year.
It really is something that's so shocking that it's impossible to ignore. And we need to find out, why this happened, because obviously we want to prevent similar situations from happening again.
So how do you get someone committed? I know it's such an awful thing. Everybody says, it's so terrible. Well, you know what? Some people need to be committed. Sorry, they need to be taken off the street.
Yeah, I certainly don't disagree that some people need to. Again, you can get into the whole process to go through it. It's not easy, but it's not easy by design, because you don't want normal people. You don't want to be abused by people who just want to lock somebody up or get rid of somebody or punish them in some way, shape, or form. And I think that, how do you balance those two things?
They tried over and over again to get him the help he needed, often with resistance. That's why this happened last night. And neighbors tell me they knew, even with limited interactions with Jonathan, that something wasn't right there. He would walk around this neighborhood with his headphones on, and they would try to wave and try to be cordial with him, and often they would be met with glares. And so it was very clear something was not right. And I think there's a part of our mental health system here that needs to be addressed, that these folks need to be potentially committed before something like this can happen.
It's almost like you can do nothing. You can't do anything.
You have to wait until they commit
That's
a horrific
ridiculous.
crime.
That's ridiculous.
But we've heard this with the school shootings again. They're not a criminal until they shoot the first person at the school.
I think they're a criminal when they start writing about it on Facebook. And they say they're going to do it. And then, well, there's your red flag. Go and get them.
And I don't know how many red flags their son had. Again, he's an adult.
Right.
Did
they say how old he was?
29.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've been dealing with this for probably quite some time.
Yeah.
Which is why I also say I get the sense that they believed that he would be okay, that they were trying to do the right things. They hadn't given up on their son.
No. But they were, it seems to me, committed to not only getting him help, but getting him to getting him out of the public.
At least getting him medication or getting him into some form of
treatment.
Right. And I would only say, and I just see this, you see this more and more, the people with the mental illness end up being a bigger threat to themselves than others, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Usually. And I think that's where I can understand parents trying to save their son.
Yeah, I just see, like, if someone is in a state of depression, deep depression, you're going to, you may worry that they'll take their lives. They'll take their life, excuse me. But when you see maybe a man like this and the parents know, it doesn't look like depression. It looks like he's dangerous. It looks like he's going to hurt somebody.
I don't think it wasn't just depression. I think he had some other demons. Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah.
And so now, you could hurt yourself, but you could hurt other people.
Yeah.
And that's when, we've got to look into why was there so much resistance to these mental health petitions?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
How do they get turned down?
Yeah.
And how do we need to look at the system so that the obvious cases can get dealt with?
All right. Still to come, we're going to talk a little bit more about Trump's big speech to the nation last night. We carried it here on KTAR. Also, who gets the pet in the divorce? It's happening all over the United States. Talk about it coming up next.
You know what? I want to talk to you about Trajan Wealth, my friends. Listen, I thought I was doing all the right things. I had a 401k. I had an IRA rollover from a previous job. I just let it sit there. And, I was kind of proud. I walked in there, sat down with my fiduciary advisor and said, here's what I got. Turns out I was missing out. I was missing out on a lot of opportunities. I was paying fees that I didn't need to be paying, quite honestly. And now I have a much clearer path. And I have a team at Trajan Wealth that takes into account my entire situation. We talk about taxes. We talk about retirement. We talk about saving. We talk about all of this. It takes the guesswork out of it and gives me a sense of confidence. It puts me back in charge. If you have questions about your retirement, if you're not sure if you're doing the right thing, if you just want a second look at it, you can reach out to Trajan Wealth right now. Online, TrajanWealth.com. That's a great way to find them. You'll find all the information you need, locations all over the state of Arizona. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:18, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Increased oil prices have led to jet fuel prices doubling since the beginning of the year, and now data shows airlines have responded by passing the cost on to customers.
A week ago, United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby told me airfares had to rise about 20% to offset rising jet fuel prices. United alone could shell out $11 billion more in fuel this year.
One thing is fares are going up. Fares need to go up about 20%.
And now the website Going reports airfares for summer travel across all airlines are up by 20% domestically compared to this time last year. To cope with rising jet fuel prices linked to oil because of the war in Iran, airlines are raising airfares and things like baggage fees, plus they're cutting off-peak and red-eye flying. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Chandler with debris on the Loop 202 Santiago Freeway westbound near Dobson Road. Phoenix disabled vehicle on State Route 51 northbound near Dreamy Draw. A quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and Georgia Avenue. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builders. Just read reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free Travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All righty. Hey, we got to do a quick shout out, for goodness sakes. We got a city shout out going on. What up, Tolleson? Shout out to you guys out there. Shout out to Tolleson, the Tollesonians. There's your city shout out. So it's interesting. I think when birth rates started to decline, at the same time, what was going up, Gatos, were people that referred to their pets as fur babies.
Oh gosh,
they
or I'm a dog
mom.
Or
Thank you.
No, listen, you can love your animal; it's all fine. You're just not a dog mom.
So you're finding out that the newest thing in divorce court now. Who gets the pet?
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to share custody of the pet? This is literally becoming a bigger and bigger debate as neither party is willing to just walk away from Fluffy.
The problem is then you have to see the other one. Like you have to see the woman,
the dignified transfer of the pet.
Yeah, if I get the dog, let's say you and I we won't do this show anymore, right? We have to
right.
Who gets custody of Julia?
Okay, we're gonna fight over
like
that.
who gets custody of the first lady of Outspoken, Miss Julia, our producer. Like, do you get her 3 times a week? And then, does she, like, you move let's say you go to, like, the 9 to midnight show. I stay. I want to stay.
You like this idea?
Yeah. Like, does Julia?
You're trying to manifest this. I can tell.
No. Does Julia stay with me 2 days a week, and then she goes to your show 3 days a week?
We flip a coin on the fifth day.
I think the real problem with this is when you're like, who gets custody of the pet? I don't think it's healthy that, let's say, the man gets it for 3 days, but then has to go and see his ex-wife to drop the dog off. And then when she's done with the dog in 3 days, she has to go to him and see him again and drop the dog off. I don't think that's healthy.
Okay.
One of them gets the dog. There's no shared custody.
So
that's what I would do.
Here's what changed. They said back in the olden days, like 10 years ago, whichever party, in the relationship could prove legal ownership.
Okay.
I bought the dog.
Who bought the dog?
I got a receipt for him from Puppies R Us.
I think that gives you...
Right?
Yeah.
That's how they used to do it. No longer. There is now precedent.
Right.
Okay? That is coming out of courts. That is not who can prove ownership, but who cared for the animal.
Okay.
And what outcome would be best for all concerned, including Fluffy.
Okay.
They're treating it like a child.
I know.
Right?
I've got a better idea.
Oh.
You're in the court. There's the judge. You got the couple who's getting divorced. Put the dog in the other side of the room, see who the dog goes
Which
to.
one does he run to? You gotta have like some treats in your pocket.
You gotta put bacon in your pocket.
Bacon. Oh my God, dogs will run.
You gotta
right
slither yourself with bacon.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably what you do.
Yeah, pets used to be concerned, be considered civil property.
Right.
It'd be like who gets the TV, who gets the car. No, it used to be concerned, but now, a lot of couples, that pet, that dog. I'm assuming you can't cut it in half, you know, so you gotta.
I also think though that both the man and the woman, the couple, they're going through a bad time. They're getting divorced. You want to have that dog has almost become
comforting,
a comfort dog.
It's therapy.
Yes, therapy animal.
Yeah,
and so if you're without it, I don't know. Maybe you do like for like a year after the divorce, you split the time and then one person gets it. I don't know. I like the bacon thing in the middle of the room in the courthouse. I think that's an easy way to do it.
That's a solid one. They said they're not quite at the level yet of full-scale pet co-parenting approaches.
Okay.
Almost all of the agreements right now result in sole possession of the pet, but again, not based on proof of ownership, based on what's best.
I got another idea.
For Fluffy.
I would use Fluffy. Wasn't Fluffy a cat? Aren't we talking about a dog?
I don't know.
Nobody wants to split a cat. Yeah.
Here we go.
It's why don't you use the dog as leverage to get everything else in the house?
Tell you what, you get the dog, I get the house.
Right. I get all the furniture. If you want the dog,
I get all the furniture.
Yeah. You can do that.
You can?
Of course you can do it.
Okay. Just saying. Checking the headlines are on the way. We've got Melody Burkett going to get you up to speed on that. It's literally the hottest restaurant to come to Phoenix in at least decades.
I'm thinking 25 years.
25 years.
Yeah.
We already...
we ate it.
We already had it. We'll tell you a little bit about it. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
For the first time since 1972, a manned NASA mission to the moon is underway.
Orion will orbit the Earth for the first day as crews with mission control make sure all systems are working properly. Then they'll slingshot towards the moon and around it, seeing the far side of the moon for the first time in more than half a century. Once they're out of the moon's orbit, Earth's gravity takes over, and with the help of 12 thrusters that keep the capsule on track, Orion heads back to Earth.
We're covering this historic journey into space on the KTAR YouTube channel, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
So I was in the kitchen today. I was making a little coffee, early morning, and I started to play with the motorized shades in our kitchen. And they were just installed by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. They're gorgeous, by the way. Beautiful. But I got to tell you, you can put this on your phone, right? You can control the motorized shades from your phone. They also give you a remote control, and I was doing the remote control. And I was doing one window shade and then the other, and then my wife walked in and asked me what I was doing. I said, I'm playing with the new shades. And she goes, well, you know, I put them a certain way in the morning that I like. And I said, oh, well, I was just playing. She goes, I know, don't be a 5-year-old. My whole point to this is we have amazing new motorized shades in the kitchen. And it's the future. Southwest Blinds and Shutters installed just 2 days ago, motorized shades in our kitchen. They also installed white shutters in our bedroom and our great room. Our house looks brighter. It looks beautiful. The job they did was absolutely incredible. I want you to hire these guys. SouthwestBlinds.com. Go to one of their 3 showrooms in the Valley, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. You're going to be blown away by the beauty and just the way that they'll take care of you. SouthwestBlinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Life Changer Loan, and another reason why you should check out and see if you qualify. Imagine having 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week access to your equity. If you need to make a purchase, if an emergency happens, your equity is there and available. It's just one more advantage to being a Life Changer Loan client. Find out if you qualify. Get to their website. This is going to change your life. It's not magic. It's just math. LifeChangerLoan.com. Right now, do it. LifeChangerLoan.com.
Arizona, please listen. The Colorado River has been shrinking, and there's less water than ever. Now, some states in the upper Colorado River Basin are trying to force Arizona to get even less. Our communities could face devastating cuts that threaten homes, tribes, farms, jobs, and our future. This won't be voluntary. All 6 million of us will have to change our way of life. Let Washington hear your voice. Demand action. Save our future. Visit protectingArizonasLifeline.com today.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. I'm Melody Burkett. While the rest of the country is focused on what happens on the court when the college basketball semifinals start tomorrow afternoon in downtown Phoenix, the Women's Final Four Legacy Project has already changed the city's Washington Activity Center forever. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego.
This is a beloved part of the city of Phoenix, and it really shows how much the NCAA makes an investment in our city and leaves us a better community.
Some of the renovations include 2 refurbished basketball courts, wireless scoreboards, as well as a new literacy lounge and computer lab. If you're out and about around downtown Phoenix for the NCAA Women's Final Four games, you'll have access to free Wi-Fi. Phoenix Market Vice President Susan Annable says there'll be 2,500 hotspots from Mortgage Matchup Center to Turney Town at the Phoenix Convention Center and Margaret T. Hance Park for Saturday's concert with Grammy Award-winning artist Kehlani.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Artemis 2 is on its way to orbit the moon, and in about 2 years, Artemis 4 will carry out the first lunar landing in more than 50 years with the help of an NAU planetary scientist. Associate Research Professor Kristen Bennett says she'll help astronauts with extravehicular activities or moonwalks. Bennett will also choose the landing site, as this will be the first time anyone has gone to the south pole of the moon. And Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly was on the ground in Florida yesterday for the launch. A former astronaut himself, in an interview with CNN, Kelly says he's optimistic about the mission and where it will take our future lunar ambitions.
We're sending these 3 Americans and a Canadian back around the moon, and here at some point in a few years, we're going to send people down to the surface of the moon. We're going to build a presence there.
Though Kelly said he would love to return to space with the Artemis crew, he's needed back in Washington. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Chandler with debris on the Loop 202, Santiago Freeway westbound near Dobson Road. Phoenix, disabled vehicle on State Route 51 northbound near Dreamy Draw. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and Georgia Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on Indian School Road and Longview Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
KTAR Valley weather, partly cloudy this afternoon, the high 87, sunny tomorrow, high 89, and plenty of sunshine over the weekend, high 91 on Saturday, 95 on Sunday. Right now it's 86 degrees in Fountain Hills. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. Who will replace her? And is there more changes coming to the cabinet? We talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
I'm Bruce, that's Gatos. We're outspoken 2 to 6 Monday through Friday right here on KTAR.
You don't have to whisper like Joe Biden.
Oh, for God's sake.
Couldn't stand when he did that. Don't whisper into the microphone.
So there is a new restaurant in town, Gatos, and people are plumb fired up over it. I think that is an understatement of biblical proportions.
I don't know what plum means in that term. It's a strange
kind of
word
a
to use. But
southern
okay.
phrase.
All right.
So there is a Taiwanese dumpling restaurant. Now, in and of itself, that may not sound appetizing. You're like, Taiwanese dumpling restaurant? People have lost their ever-loving minds.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
So I'm on the website right now because I wanted to prove that you can't get in. So I was in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall the other day. By the way, not dressed well enough for it, might I point out. When the hell did that mall become that? Oh, my goodness. I need to dress up to go there.
That's interesting.
I was like, I don't think I should be wearing tennis shoes. I should have church shoes on, shouldn't I?
Church shoes.
I'm like, this is fancy.
Did you see the dogs in the baby carriages?
Oh, of course there were. Tons of them.
Scottsdale Fashion Square is something else. Anyway,
it's converting. Like they're getting rid of like the limited and they're putting in Louis Vuitton.
All right.
It's going upscale.
Okay.
So Din Tai Fung. Is
hottest ticket in town.
The new restaurant, and they are currently in their soft open phase.
It's a soft launch.
Soft launch.
Soft launch.
Grand opening is coming April 20th.
April 20th.
So I walked up there.
Hold on.
You got to shoot your shot.
You didn't walk up uninvited.
I just walked right up.
Do you know this is the hottest ticket in town? People are trying to get reservations and nobody can get one. Who do you think you are?
That's part of the problem.
Who do you think you are?
You don't want to know. So I just walk up. I'm with my niece. We just walk in.
You walk in.
And there's a very nice lady. I want to emphasize she is a delightful lady. And she's got like the little clipboard. And I think she has like one of those earpieces. You know what I'm saying?
Were you in front or behind the red rope?
She's behind the rope. I'm on the other side of the rope. I'm not allowed on that side of the rope.
The rope tells it all.
I'm on the pauper side of the rope, not on the kings and queens side of the rope.
Tough to get past the rope.
Tough to get past the rope.
Yeah.
So I said, I know that, we're kind of there. I can see people eating. Like there's things going on. I can see it.
You saw people eating.
I'm like, there are people eating.
Could you smell the food?
You could smell it. And then they have a big glass window right on the outside, and you can watch them making the dumplings and things like through a glass kitchen. Pretty cool. So I said, can I get a reservation? And she said, yes. I'm like, see, doesn't hurt to ask, right?
That's great.
And I go, great. When can we get in? She goes, oh, you can't. And I go, well, hold on. I don't understand. You said I can have a reservation. Oh, well, you have to go to the website to get a reservation. Oh, okay. So can we go now? Yeah, but we don't have any reservations available. So you don't really have reservations.
From what I understand, and you're correct, from what I understand, you have to get on at midnight.
This is not an exaggeration.
Yes, and it's like trying to get a ticket to a Taylor Swift concert.
So right now, I'm on the website.
You need a war room.
I'm on the website.
You need like 10 people who have laptops in your house at midnight ready to punch the button.
Because tonight at midnight. Because right now, look at here. Can you see this right here? No availability. Completely no reservations available.
No.
The next open date is Thursday, April 9th.
I'm in for that.
You have to be on the website at midnight tonight to get a seat Thursday, April 9th.
Correct. And
so she did say, yes, we take reservations. But no, you can't have one.
Yeah. My son-in-law has tried for weeks to get in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Every night.
He's on at midnight.
Can't get it.
Okay.
So you can get a reservation, but you can't.
That's what she said it to me with a smile, which almost made it better.
Yeah.
So then I say,
Hottest
okay,
ticket in town.
Do you guys do takeout? And she said, well, yes, we do.
Oh, with a smile.
And I'm like, awesome. So we would like to get some takeout. Oh, you can't do that. We're sold out of takeout. We're not accepting any new takeout orders. So I can't have you have reservations, but I can't have one. And you do takeout, but I'm not allowed to have takeout.
That is correct.
And she said, pretty much. And she said, you have to go on the website at 11 a.m.
Okay.
Okay. And you have to get your takeout order in, and then it fills up for the day. And when they've taken enough, they don't take any more.
So to get a reservation, midnight. And it's almost impossible. If you want
like Taylor Swift
takeout,
tickets.
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
But still almost impossible.
It seems like it might be difficult. Although you say impossible. Did we or did we not have Din Tai Fung at the restaurant, here at the radio station?
I got to tell you, there was like a party in my mouth.
My niece is a fan of this restaurant.
Yes.
For her Christmas present a couple years ago, I did a trip to Uncle Bruce, to come out west. She lives in Virginia. And I said, what do you want to do? And she said, I would like to go to In-N-Out Burger.
Okay.
I said, done. And she said, I want to go to Din Tai Fung in L.A. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what it is. I'm like, how hard can this be? Oh, dear God.
Did you get a reservation?
We did get in there, but it was bedlam. There are people lined up, and it's still crazy.
It's amazing.
So
how did we score this food yesterday?
This is my niece. She's creative. So at 11 o'clock on the dot, she went on the website and she got takeout. She ran over to the mall, and then it was bring my niece Sophie to work day.
Yeah, she was here yesterday.
And so she came in with 2 big bags of Din Tai Fung for us.
And I looked at her and said, I don't know you, but I love you.
I said, it's a good way to get. So she came and she brought us the cucumber salad. I didn't have any of that.
We had dumplings and buns. Have you ever heard anything so wonderful?
Yeah, we did have some. Does it pronounce bao? I got it right. So we had the pork bao. We had crab and pork bao.
And these are like
we had chicken bao, and we had shrimp bao.
The bao is the whatever they're in the little
like a dumpling. It's a dumpling. Yeah. So we had those.
The crab dumpling.
Oh, thank goodness! They were unbelievable.
Crying out loud.
Really good. And then we had some wontons.
Yeah, the wontons.
Okay. What's the difference between a wonton and a bao? I'm not 100% sure.
Different shape.
Is it kind of like Italian noodles? Like one's called spaghetti, one's called farfalle or whatever? They're just different shapes?
It could be.
It's all noodles?
Yeah.
Okay. And then...
we had the spicy chicken wontons that were delightful.
And then what did we get us? What do we have for dessert?
So, I'm thinking there's all these little boxes on the table, and it's got all the food in it, and we're just...
by the way...
I'm going to town.
10 out of 10 on the way they pack the to-go thing.
It's fantastic.
It's really nice.
Really fantastic. There was one more box, and your niece said, that's dessert. And I'm like, I don't... Put it this way. I liked the taste that was in my mouth and didn't know if I wanted to put anything else in it for the rest of the day.
Can I read to you what we had?
Yeah.
And I'm going to mispronounce the words.
Okay.
We had chocolate and mochi bao.
Mochi?
Is it mochi or mochi?
I don't know.
Mochi, CH. Decadent premium chocolate truffle enveloped in a thin layer of mochi, wrapped with painstaking attention into our signature 18 folds, a burst of chocolate lava in every bite. That's what we had for dessert.
You're doing the Biden thing again where you're whispering. I don't like it. Anyway, it was awesome.
It was amazing.
That was, wow, that was really good.
So you can't get into Dintel.
No.
You can't do takeout.
No.
But we got some.
But we did get some.
Because of my niece.
Yeah. We owe her a big thank you.
We probably do, don't we?
I didn't pay for this either. Who paid for this?
That might be the best part.
Oh, I don't even know. Because I know I got it for free.
I didn't pay for it.
I thought you paid for it.
No.
I hope she didn't pay for it. I want her to pay for it.
My brother gave her a credit card on this trip. Yeah, so we had the government lawyer pay for it.
Can I say something? Tastes better now.
Even better, right?
Even better.
Made the government lawyer pay for it.
Din Tai Fung,
yeah.
Scottsdale.
Right in the Scottsdale Fashion Square, right by the
ticket
valet.
In town.
Yeah.
And we got a taste. And you know what?
Get the chocolate.
Probably won't get another taste for about 10 years.
Might be some
that
time
was
for me to get back
it.
in. And again, not to make fun of her, but the lady at the front door was absolutely delightful, telling me there was absolutely no chance of me getting in or eating any other food.
You're going to keep trying, though.
She was very, very sweet.
Yes.
Up next, why was a rookie in charge of the Nancy Guthrie disappearance case, and is that at the root of this? We'll talk about it. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Aquazona Kinetico, the world's most efficient softener. I have one. I've had one for 20 years. Best thing I ever put in my house. I've got the K5. Top of the line. It's fantastic. And I want you to have one too. Except I'm going to make sure you get the greatest deal of your lifetime. You thought this Din Tai Fung stuff was good. Wait till you get a Kinetico system. How about getting the K5, the K5 drinking water station that I have? You can get it for $26 a month. Perfect water, $26 a month. Purified drinking water, $26 a month. All you have to do is mention Gatos. You get rid of that nasty chlorine taste. You get rid of that nasty odor. You're going to be reducing heavy metals and microplastics, and you're going to be confident in your water. 602-910-6570. Deal of the lifetime, Kinetico K5, the one that I have, $26 a month. That's it. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
So we partnered with your Valley Toyota dealers. We wanted to come into your classroom, just take a couple quick minutes, and give your teachers some money.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:47, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Kit Kat is on a public relations mission following the heist of its popular chocolate and crispy wafer bars, with no sign of where the tons of candy are after a truck heist.
There's more layers to the Kit Kat caper in Europe. Parent company Nestle now asking the public for help. That after 12 tons of Kit Kat bars were stolen while being shipped to Poland from a factory in Italy. Nestle now asking customers to check those barcodes on their Kit Kat bars to make sure it's not contraband. Nestle says so far nothing has been recovered. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash at the intersection I-17 northbound at Peoria Avenue. Chandler debris on the Loop 202, Santiago Freeway westbound near Dobson Road. And Tempe with a crash on Baseline Road in Rural Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. President Trump's addressed the nation about the war in Iran. What's that mean for the price of gas over the next few weeks? Could $6 a gallon be in our future? That's tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Hey, don't forget the warm weather is here, like I needed to tell you, right? KTAR, along with our friends at Fulton Homes, remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids around water. To learn about the 5 layers of protection, that's something you need to know about. Just text the word SWIM to 620-620. That's SWIM to 620-620. We're hearing some new information coming out of Tucson surrounding the Nancy Guthrie case. Sadly, I would say, there is no new information on finding her. There is no suspect. There is no evidence that has come to light. No one has admitted anything. But we're learning more about the investigation itself, Gatos, and about maybe some of the missteps early on were due to lack of experience.
So kind of what we've discovered is that whoever was put in charge of this investigation was pretty much a rookie. Someone who didn't have experience, someone who did not ever really participate or run an organization during a disappearance.
Had never investigated a homicide before.
I don't know how that in the world, I don't know how that happens when this was one of the biggest cases we may ever end up talking about.
You know, we had conversations, and I think people alluded to it. I think people were still, there's some folks that still kind of tread lightly because of the sheriff. But others came out and said that when Sheriff Nanos was elected or reelected the last time, there was a bit of a house cleaning from people who didn't support him and supported his opponent, who was also a Democrat, by the way. There was 2 Democrats running for it. And that a lot of experienced detectives, a lot of senior law enforcement people inside the Pima County Sheriff's Department were either retired or were given other duties. And I saw one report that said a lot of the, I'm going to use the term senior detectives, the people that had been doing that work in Pima County for a long time, got reassigned to like desk jobs doing other stuff.
You had one of the most difficult cases to crack. A case that the world was watching, not only just Arizona and America.
Yeah.
The world was watching this. And you put a rookie on the case, it tells me you're a terrible sheriff. And, you know, in discussing the disappearance of Guthrie and in learning more about this sheriff, and we put guests on who have known this man, and there was one guy we put on, he was 40 years. He was friends with this guy.
His right-hand man, right?
Says, yeah, he hates the FBI.
Yeah,
That's why he didn't call the FBI. He's got a grudge. So I hate to say it, Nancy Guthrie was doomed from the beginning. They weren't going to find her from the beginning because of the people that were in charge of trying to find her. And it just makes me so upset and sad for the family. And, you know, there's even a petition going around to get Sheriff Nanos out of the job. You know, he probably should lose his job. I don't know if it was politics or, you know, because when you're a sheriff, you got to pick like Republican or Democrat. And, you know, some sheriffs don't like that. They want to just be law enforcement. I don't know if this guy was a politician or law enforcement. But he was a crappy law enforcer. And he didn't hire the right people. And he had this case in front of him that the whole world was watching. And he crapped it away. He did. I really don't see anything that he did right from, you know, closing off the crime scene to opening it up to everybody.
But that may not have been him. That may have been literally some of these.
And whose fault is that?
Rookie / less experienced detectives working their first homicide or first disappearance. Check of the headlines are on the way. We've got Melody Burkett on top of that. She'll get you up to speed. And coming up next, did Trump's speech last night to the nation make you feel any better about what we're doing in Iran? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, I want you to go to the trusted leader in health solutions, Red Mountain Weight Loss. Their experienced medical team has helped people over 30 years now. How great is that? And they can help you too. So you're thinking, okay, what can Red Mountain do for me? Well, let's talk to you gentlemen out there. Fountain of Youth, have you found it yet? Well, you can find it at Red Mountain. Let's talk about putting hair back on your head. They've got something called Hair Grow RX. It's helping men reverse hair loss for good. Red Mountain, Fountain of Youth. All right. How about low T? Do you have low testosterone? Are you sluggish and losing focus and having trouble in the bedroom? The chances are you've got low T. Go to Red Mountain, get tested for low testosterone, and you just might need to increase your testosterone. And that's testosterone therapy. And I'll even get you in the door. They'll waive the startup fee when you mention Gatos. All right? Testosterone therapy. Give you more energy, build muscle mass. You're going to sleep better. I want you to go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded one new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5:02. I'm Melody Burkett. The motivation behind President Trump's ouster of Attorney General Pam Bondi isn't completely clear. Republican candidate for Arizona Secretary of State Gina Swoboda tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the unmet expectations around the Epstein files may be to blame.
I think some people in the party had their expectation level set with binders and assorted other things, and then they didn't get what they thought was coming.
In a social media post, Bondi says she's moving to a private sector role. And another change in top military brass, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked General Randy George, the Army's top officer, to step down from his position and immediately retire, according to two defense officials.
General Randy George is a decorated Army general, but he was formerly a senior aide to Joe Biden's Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, and his name was rumored to be on the chopping block for many months. Pete Hegseth made it official tonight, saying George will be retiring effective immediately. His Vice Chief of Staff, Christopher Leneve, will be taking over, a general close to Hegseth. Hegseth has purged the Pentagon of numerous senior officers since he became secretary. This one, of course, now happening in the middle of a war.
That's ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Radix. Cesar Chavez Day is no longer a state holiday in Arizona following allegations of sexual abuse by the late farmer worker rights activist. However, State Senator Sally Ann Gonzalez says repealing the holiday altogether is disrespectful to the farm workers' rights movement she was personally a part of.
Yes, the allegations are horrendous, but doing away with the holiday and erasing the history was not the right thing to do.
She isn't convinced it'll be easy to get a state holiday dedicated to farm workers next legislative session. Autism research is getting a boost today from the Raising Cane's fast food chain in Phoenix.
Raising Cane's is donating a portion of its proceeds today to autism research to mark World Autism Awareness Day.
When you place your order, just let them know that you're there for the fundraiser with the SARRC, and 15% of your purchase will go to support the fundraiser.
That's Sarah Roth of Raising Cane's, who says 15% of their proceeds today will go to the Southwest Autism Research and Resource Center. There are 35 Raising Cane's in the Phoenix area. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
I got a feeling.
will.i.am is known for many things in the music industry, but now he's taking over the classroom at ASU.
The Black Eyed Peas frontman is in his first semester as a teacher, leading a class called the Agentic Self that teaches general artificial intelligence knowledge and how to build an AI agent. He says this class is preparing students to teach small business owners or everyday people how to manage AI.
We think AI is like everywhere. It's not. It's not democratized yet. It may seem like everyone's talking about it because some people's feeds are like inundated with AI, agent. It's not everywhere.
He added, while most classes are taught about things in the past, this is preparing students for technology being invented right now. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Traffic and weather now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash block in the intersection I-17 northbound near Dunlap Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on 95th Avenue and Georgia Avenue. And Phoenix with a crash on 41st Lane and Thunderbird Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
KTAR Valley weather, plenty of sunshine over the weekend with a high tomorrow 91, or actually the 91 on Saturday, high 95 on Sunday. Right now it's 86 degrees in Peoria. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 4.
Woo, a lot of people call hour number 4 the best of the hours.
So, very interesting. In hour number 1, we kicked off the show with the face-off.
Yeah.
Now, usually that's Wednesday at 5 o'clock. An hour of politics and On yesterday's show, we kind of previewed what Trump was going to say, and we said, you know what, why don't we start today with the face-off about what Trump actually said last night.
Okay.
So we wanted to play you just an excerpt of what happened earlier in the show at 2 o'clock, if you missed it. We had a great panel. Gina Swoboda was on it. The former Arizona GOP chair and current candidate for Arizona Secretary of State, Stacey Pearson, Democratic strategist, Tom Hatton, founder of Mountainside Fitness and chairman of the Goldwater Institute. 19-minute speech from the White House. President Trump, a very big speech on Iran. And we started going just around the room on what we thought of the speech. And it started with yours truly. Take a listen. I want to go around and see what everybody thought of it last night, what they got out of it, what they didn't get out of it. What I thought quickly was there was no acknowledgement from the president about the pain that he has caused with his decision to go to war when it comes to our pocketbook. I didn't hear it. I didn't feel it. And I think that whoever was his speechwriter should be fired. But really, it should come from the president. No acknowledge of the economic pain. I didn't get an acknowledgement of how to move forward. I didn't hear that either. I don't really know if we're coming or going. And I can't believe he interrupted Survivor.
That's what really got under your skin. It struck me as the type of speech that should have been given 5 weeks ago.
Even if it was given 5 weeks ago, would you have gotten anything out of it?
But it sounded like a justification for why we are there 5 weeks into the war.
Gina Swoboda, what do you think of the president? He's endorsed you, and he came out and I thought was flat last night. Tired.
I don't think that we were necessarily the audience, and I think that what Bruce is referring to is that maybe the people were waiting for us to hear direct. We heard from Mar-a-Lago when it first started, but we didn't hear the kind of why we're going. I thought NATO was the audience.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought he was basically like, we're going to spend the next 2 or 3 weeks bombing the hell out of everything.
Okay.
And then we're going to walk away because we do not need your oil, and we will have destroyed the intermediate range ballistic missile program. Bruce has pointed out on the show many times that oil is globally traded, so even though we're producing enough for ourselves, we're going to suffer unless he stops exports. And if you really wanted to go full-on America first, and I know everyone's going to get mad and start to yell about a free market economy, I don't think we have a free market economy.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so in that scenario, we've taken out this intermediate range ballistic missile program after the next 2 weeks of bombing. We're not long-term stuck, democracy building, boots on the ground, and all of the people that are America First don't want new wars, that some of which seemed in polling to be swinging away, will swing right back behind the man when he says France would not let us fly through their airspace to even go and do the thing for the oil that the European nations are using. So that's how I took the speech. But I take your point about,
flat,
the people,
tired, didn't talk to me. Yeah. Stacey Pearson, I think he's stuck. I think we've got a president that's stuck. I think we're going to retreat. I think we're just going to leave. That's what it kind of sounds like. We're going to talk later. I don't really know what we've accomplished so far.
Like retreat with honor. What was that in Vietnam again? I can't remember the.
Is he stuck, Stacey?
Absolutely, he's the Roomba stuck under the couch. I mean, it's just there's no place. There's no easy way out of this.
There are Republicans saying that too.
There wasn't, because there wasn't a clear path into this.
Out.
I mean, the conversations that even we've had off air with folks who have been in combat said, look, every president of the United States, Trump is correct in saying everybody would have liked to do this. But you can't do this without securing the Strait of Hormuz, which requires lots of American sitting ducks in that region. And no one was willing to sacrifice those American troops. I mean, this is terrifying. And in terms of the economy, we don't have a lot of time to hang by this thin of a thread. I mean, folks are hurting.
If you're just joining us, we're starting the show with the face-off, usually Wednesdays at 5. But, after the president's speech, we've got Gina Swoboda, Stacey Pearson. Tom Hatton, let me get to you. I mean, did Trump's speech to the nation, do you think it made people feel better about what we're doing there?
No, I would agree with Gina. That wasn't its intent, and I would unfortunately completely disagree with you, Stacey, on that. There's full intent behind this decision-making, and the withdrawal, as you talk about it, That's after everything is finished. And what hasn't been finished or wasn't really started over the last actually 20 years, hardcore in the last 16 years, is what's happened in Iran and how it's affected the whole world. You're not going to go into the Strait of Hormuz and ask permission before you go and do something. You're going to make the decision and then deal with all the variables that you know are going to happen. That's what's happening now, period.
But everything's worse.
How do you say that?
Because there's no oil that's getting out of the Strait of Hormuz. We broke it, and now we're not going to fix it.
At some point, you got to go through the smoke. Like, if you keep avoiding it and you keep writing checks to avoid the smoke, there's still going to be fire. The fire's just gotten louder. We're just been more afraid
still the
politics
and it's
to
not
continue
just
through
oil.
it.
I mean, talk to the farmers in Missouri who can't get fertilizer. I mean, this is far more complicated, and it is a global economy. And I do think that people have thumbs on scales, but we didn't plan to get product to make sure that we've got farms still growing. I mean, we've got issues.
This is a 3-minute discussion, though. This has been literally for a minute in this thing, and this thing's been going on, and with the economy and different things have been moving and going back and forth in the economy for years. We can go back 5 years and we can talk about that.
But Biden lost his job because he didn't acknowledge the economy.
To the point that everybody's making. So let's talk about if we had not done anything. So when they fired an intermediate range ballistic missile towards Diego Garcia. If they had fired that northwest, that would have had the range to hit the middle of the continent, okay? So if they had been allowed to continue to build up a stockpile of those missiles, they clearly have the ability to shut down the Straits of Hormuz. Nobody else in NATO wants to do anything. So seeing that they had that range changed my position on whether or not we should have gone in there to begin with, because that's scary to me to have a huge supply of missiles with that range. If they had fired them from Venezuela, they would have been able to hit D.C., okay? So that's a problem. So if it's, I don't think it's our responsibility to keep the straits open. I understand the Pottery Barn analogy, but we couldn't let them.
You own it or whatever.
Yeah, disagree. That was the point of America First. If nobody else was willing to go in there and stop them from getting to a point where we couldn't reel it back in, we did it. If our friends and our allies, and we're over there fighting in Ukraine, don't want to help us, let us fly through the airspace. He called the UK Prime Minister and said, can you send a couple of ships? And it was like, hello, I will think about it after I have a meeting in a couple of weeks. That is not a reciprocal relationship.
Well, it's not reciprocal. We insult, he insults, not we. The President of the United States has insulted our allies in a way that hasn't happened since World War II. If they're not willing to go, hey, you know what, let's go, that sounds great.
Yeah, he's cozied up to despots and dictators. He ought to ask of Viktor Orban to send something. You know, one of the, because listen, the Prime Minister of England said, that's a consideration for our government. I don't make that decision.
Yes. And I am sure
I'm not a dictator.
If FDR had told Churchill when he asked us for some of our old rusty battleships in World War II, we had been, well, I'll have to get back to you.
We waited a long time to get in that war.
But France let us fly through the airspace, right? I mean, it's ridiculous that I can't fly through.
All right, so that was a piece of...
I love World War II history, by the way.
That was a piece of the face-off. We opened the show with the face-off because of Trump's speech last night, and we were joined by Gina Swoboda, the current candidate for Arizona Secretary of State, Stacey Pearson, Democratic strategist, Tom Hatton, founder of Mountainside Fitness, chairman of the Goldwater Institute. Here's a couple of quick things. American drivers have paid an additional $8.4 billion with a B in fuel costs since the Iran war started. Nothing to see here. I mean, that's going to be my that's
$8.4 billion they could have spent on something other than gas.
That's going to be my big phrase this year. Oh, Minneapolis, no, nothing to see here.
It's a golden age.
You know, what you're seeing is it's not really happening. I just don't know what we've accomplished. I understand that we killed a lot of bad people, and I think that's great. I do. But I think he's stuck. And I think that when you look at that speech and you say, are we in good hands with this man? I don't think we aren't.
Can I pitch something that I think I shouldn't make the assumption. Maybe some people are thinking. I think there's a lot of people out there who didn't want to get involved in a war in Iran. Right? We've seen plenty of data that says this was not something the American people were for.
I thought MAGA voted for Trump partly because he wasn't going to go into any wars.
But now that we're there, I don't want us to lose. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of folks are stuck in the middle. I don't want to be there. But now that we're there, do we have to go all the way through and finish it? Because finishing, quote unquote, finishing it is going to cost American lives.
Marines will be dead.
Like, have you gone so far that you can't turn around and go back?
I don't think so. I think you can.
Do you have to get the uranium? Do you have to get rid of the regime? Do you have to ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is open? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
then you're going to be there forever.
Do we have to do those things?
Well, why did we do it in the first place if we couldn't get any of this done?
But I can't go back and change what already happened.
If you're going to send ground troops in, it's going to happen immediately. Because as I said yesterday, Trump does things around the stock market. Stock market is closed tomorrow for Good Friday. If he's going to send ground troops into Iran, he'll do it tomorrow. It'll be 3 days for us to get used to having American boots on the ground in Iran. And then the stock market will open up on Monday. You've got a 3-day window there to get Wall Street, to get Americans almost kind of used to. They're on the ground. They've been there for 3 days. It's not a shocker Sunday night into Monday where the stock market would tank. So that could happen tomorrow.
Will
escalate and then leave.
Will Trump's get bored of this, or will he get scared of it if the economic impact? I mean, he just cares about money. And so stock market and gas, will this be the reason we leave, regardless of whether we achieve goals?
He didn't care about anybody's wallet yesterday in that speech. Never said a word. He doesn't care. I mean, I think we're worse off. I think we've got the same regime.
That's true.
Which just got younger and more ticked off.
I think there's a solid argument to be made for that.
Okay. I think that the uranium is still intact. And the only way to do that is to put ground forces in Iran and have them dig for it.
Like apparently there's more than a dozen, I'll use the term, facilities where this is or could be.
Sounds super dangerous to me.
The Iranians know where that is, and they'll be waiting.
Correct.
And they'll shoot back.
The Strait of Hormuz is pretty much closed.
Yeah.
Iran's going to make $2 million on a toll.
They're going to treat it like the Suez Canal.
I just, Trump says that the current crazies are more reasonable.
They're not as crazy as the other crazies?
You just killed their family.
Yeah. In front of them.
The whole family.
Yeah.
And you know what? Some of those people deserve to die. They're horrible people.
Yeah. They also killed the kids and the grandmas and
I don't think we've made the situation worse.
Better.
I don't think we made the situation better.
All right. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines. Shout out to Scottsdale and the Scottsdalians. Thank you guys so much. Everybody in Scottsdale, that is your shout out. Coming up next, we can admit that speech last night, a divided country. People see what they want to see. They hear what they want to hear in many cases. But is there one thing that could bring us together? And is it doing it now? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Lund Mortgage team. I want you to go to lundmortgage.com, lundmortgage.com. There are a lot of reasons that you should call the Lund Mortgage team. First of all, do you want to get a house? Do you want to buy your own home? Well, how about using part of the money you're going to get back with your tax returns? The Lund Mortgage deals with this all the time, 623-875-9940. If you're going to get some money back from the government, you can put that on a down payment for your house. Remember, the Lund Mortgage team will tell you this all day long. You don't need to put 20% down. Maybe 3%? How about that? 623-875-9940. When you look at homes around the valley, the Lund Mortgage team will tell you prices have gone down, and this might be the time for you to get off the fence and purchase that house you've always wanted. Call the Lund Mortgage team. Go to lundmortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:19, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. The NCAA Women's Final Four games are happening this weekend, and Cox is providing free Wi-Fi around downtown Phoenix.
There will be 2,500 hotspots available from Friday through Monday. Cox Phoenix Market Vice President Susan Annabelle explains how you can connect.
If you go to the available Wi-Fi hotspots on your phone, it'll show as free Cox Wi-Fi. There'll be a great splash page that'll tell you you you're at the right spot for your free access in honor of the big games this weekend.
You'll have access to hot spots around Mortgage Matchup Center, Town at the Phoenix Convention Center, and Margaret T. Hance Park for Saturday's concert. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, near Dobbins Road. And then looking into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 41st Lane and Thunderbird Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, did you hear Bob Dylan is coming to Phoenix? Going to be at the Arizona Financial Theater June 23rd. How would you like free tickets? Well, go to the contest page at KTAR.com and get your tickets to see Bob Dylan. Everything today is run through a political lens. There are very few events, and I was trying to think of some.
Super Bowl.
That don't come with a political connotation.
Super Bowl.
Bad Bunny.
Yep. Doesn't work.
Olympics.
Oh, my gosh. I mean,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, tell me an event that doesn't come in some way, shape, or form. Politics gets injected into it. And that immediately means we get divisive. It immediately means people take their side.
The Taylor Swift concert, all the old, white, bald guys get upset. Because they don't like to see her on TV for 3 seconds during a football game.
Well, they don't like Taylor Swift because of an Instagram post. She's a liberal.
Okay.
All that.
Yeah, everything seems to be very, very political.
Except the Artemis Project.
That's the space thingy that
we launched a big rocket towards the moon.
Yeah.
And you know what? I didn't hear people talking about politics, and I think that's a good thing, Gatos. I think it's a good thing. I think a lot of folks are paying attention to this. By the way, they just had they left Earth's orbit, and they're now headed towards the moon right now. They're going to go and do a lap. It's the farthest anybody's ever gone. I mean, it's a lot of firsts. There's 4 people on board, 3 Americans and a Canadian. Don't tell Trump. But this is something where I think people are watching it. I think they're interested in it. And I think it reminds us that we're in a pretty amazing country that we can do things like this. And I thankfully don't hear politics injected into it unless I've missed it.
I don't know. I don't know if I've seen politics put into this. Should we go? Should we not go? Should we spend money here on Earth or spend money going to space?
That's people argued that about going to the moon in 1960, whatever,
Yeah.
But I mean, we had an event yesterday, and every channel covered it. We covered it.
Yeah.
We had the launch. I think a lot of people had their fingers crossed and their toes crossed. They didn't want to see a disaster. It's still extremely dangerous to launch rockets into space.
Is that crazy? After all these years, what was it? Was it 1986? The space shuttle was blown up. Was it 86?
Was that 86?
I have to look it up again.
That is a long time ago.
But you and I were watching it, and we were carrying it live yesterday, and we were watching the rocket go in the air. And I said it. I said, it still gives me a flashback of the Challenger.
Well, I think when you see that white plume of smoke.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we all watched it, and then it gets up there, and at that, 73 seconds into it is when it all went haywire. But I'm just happy the fact that we have an event, and shout out to the crew and the folks at NASA. And I still like space flight. I think it's kind of cool. And even though the toilet wasn't working,
I heard about that.
Apparently, they've got it working again.
You stick your rear end out the window and go that way.
I think they have a space plunger. God only knows how much that cost, right? You don't want to know what the going rate on that. I think we have something that brings people together, and we're all cheering for that.
I think a lot of people were watching it online on their phones yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is going around the moon. It's got a slingshot, and that's always kind of cool.
And we're going to go back to the moon here soon.
Right. And we're going to start building on the moon.
Yeah, like a base.
Let's build it. Right next to the aliens.
Oh, my Lanta. Checking the headlines are on the way. We'll get you up to speed on everything you need to know. And up next.
No good?
Yesterday was April Fool's Day. And did an NBA team, did they pull the meanest April Fool's prank you can think of? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Conflict in Iran.
After comments from President Trump dismissing concerns about Iran's highly enriched uranium, a source telling ABC News the president was recently briefed on a variety of options to send ground troops into Iran, including the potential seizure of that highly enriched uranium. It would likely involve a large special operations force. Ground forces could also be used to seize Iran's key oil hub of Karg Island.
We're covering the Iran situation on YouTube, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
All right, how's your house look outside of the home? How is the paint on the stucco looking? I'll tell you what, if your home looks faded, if you're seeing chipped paint, if your home just looks tired every time you pull into their driveway and you say, gosh, when is the last time that we had this house painted? Oh, that's right. We've lived here forever and we've never had it painted. There are some of you like that. Get your house painted. Call the Arizona Painting Company, #1 painting company in the entire state. The guys know Arizona homes, Arizona weather. They know exactly how to protect your exterior so it lasts. Right now, the temperature, the weather is perfect. It is ideal to call the Arizona Painting Company. They'll handle everything from start to finish. They make it easy. There's no stress. There's no shortcuts. They just use quality work. There's quality work. And you can see the moment that they're done, you're going to be like, this is the best. This is the best. If you've been waiting for the right time to get your house painted, call the Arizona Painting Company. And I want you to unlock a big discount that is available to you right now if you text the word paint to 620-620. Text the word paint to 620-620. Get the discount. Call the Arizona Painting Company.
Make this Memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 15th Annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses on Saturday, May 23rd at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the two-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with a big raffle, competitions, breakfast, and a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $142. Make it the perfect Memorial Weekend. Stay and play vacation with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
Here in Phoenix, our cars take a beating from the sun, sand, and the road. Dents, dings, and dust. SRC, Surface Refinishing Company, brings your vehicle back to life without you going anywhere. That's right. We offer paintless dent repair, professional vehicle washing to full detailing, done at your home or office. Grab your phone, take down this number, but call SRC at 800-652-4138. 800-652-4138 for free information. SRC restores, protects, and maintains your ride on your schedule at your location. No body shop, no waiting rooms, no downtime. Your car, your way, with top-notch service from daily drivers to high-performance vehicles. Plus, we serve the entire Phoenix Valley. Be one of the first 50 callers now and receive $25 off your first detail. For free information, call SRC today at 800-652-4138, where your car gets treated right. 800-652-4138. 800-652-4138.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Best medical decision I've made in 20 years was going to K2 Vision RLE for refractive lens exchange. It was a great procedure. I am so happy with the results for the first time in almost 20 years. I am reading without readers. And the best part about this is I will never develop a cataract. Find out if this is for you. Make a consultation appointment at K2VisionRLE.com. It's going to change your life. Do it now. K2VisionRLE.com.
Mike Broomhead.
what scares me about any of this, and I hope that the people in my party will at least hear me out on this. Anytime we expand the power of the presidency like this was a major concern during the Obama administration when he was pushing the limits of what a president could do. He was taken to court a number of times. He won a number of them. He lost a number of them. But the expansion of the executive branch should be something we all are very concerned about.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. I'm Melody Burkett. It's championship week in the Valley with the NCAA Women's Final Four in the Valley starting tomorrow, but a part of the community is going to be feeling the tournament's impact long after it's over.
Well, today I'm getting a sneak peek of Tourney Town, a free fan festival in downtown Phoenix that kicks off today, but yesterday I also got a look at how the tournament is revitalizing the Washington Activity Center through the Women's Final Four Legacy Project. Governor Katie Hobbs explains.
This renovation didn't happen because of one organization. It happened because leaders across the Valley and the NCAA said yes. Yes to investing in neighborhoods, yes to long-term impact, and yes to creating safe and welcoming places for kids and families.
Those renovations include 2 refurbished basketball courts, wireless scoreboards, as well as a new literacy lounge and computer lab. In downtown Phoenix, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff.
Artemis 2 launched yesterday to orbit the moon, and in 2028, an NAU planetary scientist will help with the Artemis 4 moon landing. Associate Research Professor Kristen Bennett says she'll help the spacecraft choose a landing spot and will assist the astronauts with moonwalks so they can collect samples.
They'll be able to then go look at, like, okay, this rock is going to meet the science goals, and so then they'll go sample that rock over there. And
it'll be the first moon landing in more than 50 years since the Apollo missions in the 70s. 32 years ago, in May of 1994, Christina Marie Plant went missing in Star Valley. Today, the Gila County Sheriff's Office is saying she has been found alive and well. When Plant disappeared from Star Valley in 1994, extensive search efforts were conducted involving local law enforcement, volunteers, and regional resources. Despite those efforts, no viable leads were developed. Over time, the case remained open and active, with investigators periodically re-examining evidence and pursuing new leads. And after 32 years, Plant has been found, with officials confirming her identity and well-being. Out of respect for her and her family, no additional details are being released at this moment. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway near Dobbins Road. Phoenix with a crash on 11th Avenue and Ironwood Drive. And Phoenix with a crash again on Central Avenue and Northern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
KTAR Valley weather, lots of sunshine tomorrow, the high getting up to 89, and more sunshine over the weekend, high 91 on Saturday, 95 on Sunday. Right now it's 86 degrees in Apache Junction. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp, and several Democrats have admitted to me a non-nuclear Iran is worth paying more at the pump, but a majority of Americans are still against the war. So how do Trump's talking points need to change? Chuck Todd joins LaDonna Harvey and me on Arizona's Morning News Friday. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on the app.
All right. Yesterday was April Fool's Day. There were a lot of people out there trying to maybe fool you into things, right? Social media has made it a lot easier to try to fool people.
I remember last year I woke up and I read a social media. It was like I was in still half sleep. Looked at my phone and I saw a social media post and I said to my wife, "You got to see this." And she came in. She goes, "Yeah, it's April Fool's."
Yeah, it takes you because you wake up and you're like,
take you a second.
Yeah, that's the best time to get them is early in the day, right?
Yeah, I bought it.
Although the Washington Wizards, allegedly a professional basketball team, don't let their record fool you, played a bit of an April Fool's joke on an unsuspecting fan. And listen, they don't have a lot of fans to begin with. And the idea that they would do this to one of their fans, it seems a little on the mean side.
So you're at halftime.
Got it.
You kind of see the stuff the Suns do and other basketball teams and other hockey teams.
Bring somebody out of the stands,
Let's
right?
do it, yeah. Like I used to go to hockey games in New York and New Jersey where they would bring you out to center ice and you would have a stick and you'd shoot the puck. If you get it in the net, you win like $10,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I saw the one where they put like a piece of
that too.
Plywood over it. It's a tiny little hole.
Yeah, no,
and I'm like,
that
that's hard. I think I could hit an open net.
So the Wizards brought a fan to center court.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. And they gave him a basketball. And they said, you see that basket? You know, the one that the Wizards can never hit?
The one we're shooting 20% from the field?
Right. The one we're going to lose by 22 points tonight. If you make that shot, we're going to give you $10,000. But we're also going to blindfold you.
But you got to be blindfolded. Got to make it hard. Okay.
So you've got one of those rah-rah people who's hired,
it's the hype girl.
The hype person.
She's a hype girl.
Okay.
And you've got the mascot there. I think it's called the Wiz.
Sure. And this is how it sounded. And at the end of this, you have to ask yourself, was that the meanest thing in the world that they could have done to this guy?
Ouch.
This is the one, though. Jackson, it's all on you.
All right, Jackson.
This might be history if you get this done.
Yeah, you'll also be a better shot than all the other Washington Wizards.
Yeah.
For $10,000.
So you get the drum roll.
Right.
He's at center court. He's allowed to move around a little bit. He's got a blindfold on. And he's, of course, got no chance to do this. Right? And this happens. He shoots the ball.
Oh, my.
Everybody goes crazy.
Right. Everybody was kind of in on it. Like,
missed,
you're
by the
supposed
way.
to act like he made it.
He didn't come close.
Not even close.
But they act like he made it. The guy thinks he's won $10,000.
Noises go off. All hell's breaking loose. The crowd is cheering. The mascots are all around him.
He's already like, I'm buying a gallon of gas tonight on my way home.
There you go. I might fill up.
Somebody's rich.
What did she say?
Brian, he's rich.
Oh, he's rich.
The mascots are going crazy.
Is that cowbell?
I believe
you always need more cowbell.
More cowbell.
The contestant's going crazy.
Yeah, so he's doing his dance out there. He's thinking, I am awesome. I got blindfolded. I went in front of dozens of people
of Wizards
at this game.
fans.
They're down by 40 at the half.
Literally dozens. Tonight's paid attendance,
38. And so he shoots the ball, doesn't even get it close, and they tell him he's won.
And everybody's jumping around.
Right.
They're going nuts.
People in the stands are looking at this, and they're like, what am I watching?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you really don't realize it's April Fool's. The day,
right, and you're caught up in it, right?
So how do they put the exclamation point on this to make it funny?
Okay, so here we go.
The crowd is going crazy.
They're not going crazy.
Well, that's as crazy as they'll get there.
Jackson! Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
You didn't see it. We all saw it.
We saw it not go in.
You want to see it?
So we're gonna put it up on the Jumbotron.
Let's humiliate you.
And we're gonna let you see your amazing shot.
Let's look.
All right, take a look at the screen for the replay.
Here we
Let's go to the Titantron.
Go to the
everybody.
videotape.
That was crazy.
Crazy. There's the shot.
It's up.
And Jackson is looking. He's like,
okay,
I think I missed.
I threw it into row D.
You go up with it right here, and you see how it just doesn't
go in.
It doesn't actually go in.
No.
Wah, 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 wah.
Bruh.
And they gave him one of those big goofy checks. Now the Wizards mascot comes and takes the check away from him. I'm not kidding.
That's terrible.
Yeah, give me the check.
Bruh.
By the way, I'm punching somebody. That's what I'm doing.
You're swinging wildly at this
I'm not gonna lie, sir. I really hate April Fool's Day.
Do you?
I'm so.
If you're in that production meeting and you're this gal, do you say, this might come off as pretty mean.
Maybe we shouldn't do this.
Not very funny. Because I'm all for funny.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm so sorry. We're going to hook you up with an autographed jersey, some courtside seats for next season. Can you make some noise for him? He was a good sport.
I don't like the, can you make some noise for them? I don't like that
I don't
phrase.
like when anybody, they start ordering me to do things.
Like if you tell
put
me
your
to make
hands in
noise.
the air and all this.
Yeah.
What is this, a square dance?
No, if you
Quit
tell
telling
me
what to do.
Tell me to make noise.
Not going to make noise.
I'm going to be quiet.
Exactly.
Anything can happen on mascot night.
It was mascot night.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Okay.
Because they had the other mascots, so that's what, now I understand. The other mascots from other Washington area teams were there, so they had like all the mascots. Does that make sense?
No, but it doesn't really matter.
And there were like college mascots and all kinds of stuff.
So the Wizards lost one of their only fans because they made they disgraced
They're
them.
down to like 8.
Like, how do you feel after that? Because like it's
a little embarrassing. Because you're jumping around. The guy thought he won $10,000.
I think that guy feels like a major league umpire these days.
Oh, let's
he
go
thought
to the
he got the
videotape.
call right.
Let's go to the videotape.
And they go to the video, and they go to the robot ump, and then they get it wrong, and then the umpire's in a bad mood, and he's horrified, like this guy.
Can I read you the Wizards press release that came out today?
Yes. By the way, on Twitter, 7 followers. Pretty good.
The Wizards released a press release. We apologize for last night's April Fool's joke that left many wondering if we had misled a fan.
Okay.
The skit involving our mascot and other members of our performance team was scripted and intended to celebrate the day. All participants were in on the joke, but we missed the mark. Our fans are our priority, and we continue to be committed to providing a positive experience to all who attend our games. Except for the fans fans were not.
Are they saying that the guy who shot the shot?
He was not in on it. No, everybody else was in on it.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I'm thinking he's getting $10,000.
I think you might have to give him $10,000.
I'm thinking he might end up with $10,000.
You know how you get rid of a PR mess?
Give him $10,000.
Pay him.
Pay the man.
Pay him.
Yep, $10,000. You're the Wizards. You've thrown money away at players for 20 years. What's another $10,000?
Like when I saw this story and I went through it, I read it, and then I wanted to watch the video. I was really, because I like good April Fool. I like a good prank, and I was hoping it was going to be funny. And then I watched it. I was like,
mean.
Wow, that's not very funny.
Yeah, I thought it was mean.
Well, it's like it's like putting a sandwich in front of a very, hungry person and then taking it away right before he gets to eat it.
Yeah.
$10,000.
There you go.
And he didn't leave with $10,000. No. He left with a crappy jersey with a crappy player's name on it, and he got crappy seats for next season. Not even this season, but next season.
All right. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way. And then up next, bring it back to our own backyard. Peoria, Arizona. Just had its own Rob Reiner-like tragedy and murder. We'll tell you about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
How would you like to finally lose all those unwanted pounds quickly without spending thousands on painful injections or prescriptions? Hi, it's Donna Simpson, health and wellness expert. You probably know someone that is using Ozempic, the hottest diet craze in the country. Everyone knows about this prescription injection. Celebs use it to look their best. The problem is most of us can't afford Ozempic, and these injections can be so uncomfortable. Now you can lose the weight just as easily, but with no needles, no expensive prices, no side effects, and no worries. You need to try Lozempic, a new miracle weight loss breakthrough that performs so well it's been called nature's Ozempic. Lozempic is an easy-to-take diet pill now available without a prescription, being used by thousands to get rid of those unwanted pounds. So call now and find out how to get a free bottle.
To find out how to get your free bottle of Lozempic, call 800-631-7101, 800-631-7101. Free bottles are limited, so call 800-631-7101. That's 800-631-7101.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, And it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:45, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Pope Leo delivered a message of peace on this Holy Thursday.
Holy Week is the most sacred period of the year for Christians, but in 2026 has been overshadowed by the war in the Middle East. Pope Leo presiding over his first Holy Thursday Mass, pleading in Italian for unity and peace, and adding during the homily that no good can come from the abuse of power. On Holy Thursday, he carries on the tradition of washing the feet of 12 priests to symbolize the 12 apostles. On Good Friday, the Pope will carry the cross during the procession at Rome's Colosseum. Saturday is the late-night Easter Vigil, and a few hours later, it's Easter Sunday. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Mesa with a crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstation Freeway, eastbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Street. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 8th Street and Dobbins Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Explore a variety of Beatitudes Campus's residents and enjoy a taste of our dining on Tuesday morning, April 21st. Just text RSVP to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well, and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
LaDonna here. Vince Marotta has the lowdown on the men's and women's Final Four, and we will run down everything happening downtown this weekend for you. That's tomorrow morning, 5 to 8, with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to watch the KTAR YouTube channel.
All righty. Hey, appreciate you guys spending a little bit of time with us. Don't forget, we're always on air, online. We're on the KTAR YouTube channel, too, the entire show. You can put it up on your smart TV. You can watch the show every day from 2 to 6. Gatos, a horrible tragedy out in the West Valley, out in Peoria, where it sounds a lot like kind of what happened to Rob Reiner, a son turning on his parents and murdering them, struggling with mental illness.
Yeah, late 20s. His parents were trying to get him help. His parents were trying to get him specific medication.
Mm-hmm.
His parents filed mental health petitions on the son's behalf. And it ended up with the son calling 911 and saying, I killed my parents.
29-year-old Jonathan Turk stood in front of a judge Wednesday facing multiple counts of first and second-degree murder in the slaying of his parents, Scott and Tina Turk. Court records say Peoria police received a 911 call from Jonathan Tuesday evening. He told the dispatcher he had just killed both of his parents inside their family home.
He allegedly used a knife to stab his father and then went into another room in the home to beat his mother with a hammer. We have concerns about his mental health and mental stability at this time.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, apparently he had been struggling for quite some time. And his parents appear to be the type of parents that tried everything they could do to get help for their son. They didn't write him off.
No.
They didn't wash their hands of him. They did the exact opposite.
That's the other thing, too. They didn't ignore this.
No.
So they tried to file these petitions.
Yes.
Okay.
Turk told police he killed his parents over attempts to force him on some medication. Court records say his parents filed several mental health petitions on him, including 3 this year alone.
He's an adult, and his parents are filing medical petitions against him. It's telling me that, I can at least infer that they felt like there was some type of danger, either to themselves or maybe to himself, and that he needed immediate medical help.
All right.
I don't think they felt he was a danger to them. I think they would have done things differently. I think they thought he was a danger to himself.
Did they think he was a danger to other people?
Or that. You're right. What parent wants to think their son is or daughter is going to turn on them?
I don't think that
you don't want to believe it.
No, unless there was a struggle, unless they had literally had physical fights with him, and we don't know that.
Right.
We don't know that. What we do know is they knew that he wasn't well,
without a doubt.
Right, and you can't make an adult take medication.
You can't force them. It's a higher standard. Again, their son 29 years old.
Yeah.
It's a much higher standard to get somebody committed involuntarily, to force them to take medicine. I mean.
But if you file mental health petitions on the son's behalf and you do it 3 times in a year.
Yeah.
We're early in this year. I know it doesn't feel like it, but you did it 3 times this year. Did it get lost? Did it get ignored? Did it get turned down?
Did it not meet whatever that standard is?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It sounds like another one of these avoidable tragedies.
Right.
The red flags waving. How come somebody didn't do something? It appears they were trying to do something. I've heard from parents for years, parents of younger children, still living at home, teenagers or whatever, that how difficult it is to get help for people who don't want help.
Sure.
It's really a difficult thing.
But if you think that he is going to harm himself or someone else, I think the parents did everything that they could, it sounds like.
Right.
When you're filing these petitions, you're not ignoring the problem.
No.
And you can't lock the kid up. He's not a kid, by the way. You can't lock your son up.
Well, he hadn't broken the law. Being mentally ill is not a crime in and of itself.
Unless he got violent, then that turns into a crime.
And then that turns into a crime.
And here's just, the whole thing is awful.
Agreed.
The whole thing is just absolutely tragic. Because, so he's in jail. Parents are dead. And they've got a daughter who goes to an Arizona college.
Oh, really? Oh, goodness.
All by herself now. And listen, that doesn't mean that she doesn't have any other family. Her immediate family is gone.
Her home
has been wiped out.
Her home, yeah.
We got to figure out exactly what happened here with the petitions.
Better way to deal with the mentally ill.
And why didn't someone listen, or why didn't these get passed? If they were filed, why wasn't there any action?
Great questions.
Yeah.
Deserve answers. Appreciate you spending time with us. We also appreciate everyone on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got the First Lady of Outspoken. That's our producer, Miss Jules. Thank you very much. Also, filling in today, do a great job. That's Melody Burkett, the Melody Maker, with all your news and information and getting you home with all your traffic today. That's our buddy Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's evening news is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain. But you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do?
You test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next remodeling seminar will be Tuesday, April 21st.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Welcome to Thursday evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
Eddie Hommel in for Becky Lynn tonight. Former astronaut and current U.S. Senator for Arizona says he's ready to step in on the Artemis II mission. Plus, we hear one state lawmaker didn't want to repeal Cesar Chavez Day. But first, let's get you home from work. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Friends, thank you. Mesa with a crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix with a crash on blocking the right-hand lane, I-10 Poplar Freeway westbound near 7th Street, and Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Santan Freeway westbound near Haas Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Friends, your valley weather tonight. Low of 61 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 88 degrees. Right now in Surprise, it's 79 degrees, and it is a perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Another change in top military brass. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked General Randy George, the Army's top officer, to step down from his position as the Army's top general and immediately retire, according to 2 defense officials.
General Randy George is a decorated Army general, but he was formerly a senior aide to Joe Biden's Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, and his name was rumored to be on the chopping block for many months. Pete Hegseth made it official tonight, saying George will be retiring effective immediately. His Vice Chief of Staff, Christopher Leneve, will be taking over, a general close to Hegseth. Hegseth has purged the Pentagon of numerous senior officers since he became secretary. This one, of course, now happening in the middle of a war.
That was ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raditz. Cesar Chavez Day is no longer a state holiday in Arizona following allegations of sexual abuse by the late farm worker rights activists. However, State Senator Sally Ann Gonzalez says repealing the holiday altogether is disrespectful to farm worker rights movement she was personally a part of.
Yes, the allegations are horrendous, but doing away with the holiday and erasing the history was not the right thing to do.
She isn't convinced it will be easy to get a state holiday dedicated to farm workers next legislative session. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly was on the ground in Florida yesterday as the Artemis II rocket prepared to launch to the moon. A former astronaut himself, in an interview with CNN, Kelly says he's optimistic about the mission and where it will take our future lunar ambitions.
We're sending these 3 Americans and a Canadian back around the moon, and here at some point in a few years, we're going to send people down to the surface of the moon. We're going to build a presence there.
Though Kelly said he would love to return to space with the Artemis crew, he's needed back in Washington. A man was hurt following a fall from a railing at Chase Field yesterday afternoon. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says he was taken to a hospital after landing in the rotunda. Witnesses say he appeared to have jumped onto the railing to take a picture. Kit Kat is on a public relations mission following the heist of its popular chocolate and crispy wafer bars, with no signs of where the tons of candy are after a truck heist.
There's more layers to the Kit Kat caper in Europe. Parent company Nestle now asking the public for help. That after 12 tons of Kit Kat bars were stolen while being shipped to Poland from a factory in Italy. Nestle now asking customers to check those barcodes on their Kit Kat bars to make sure it's not contraband. Nestle says so far nothing has been recovered. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Wow, forget a jewel heist, Joe. A Kit Kat heist.
They call it a Kit Kat catastrophe.
A close call for a Yavapai County man after a set of wheels from a cement truck crashed through the walls of his home last night. It happened in Paulden, more than 100 miles north of Prescott. Deputies were able to track down the truck about 15 miles north of the home. The driver told them he wasn't aware the wheels had detached from the axle, which remained in place. On Wall Street today, we've got a mixed bag. The Dow was down 61 points, ending at 46,465. The Nasdaq was up 38, ending at 21,879, and the S&P was up 7, ending at 6,568. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Stocks ended up closing out the week with gains, but oil markets had a negative reaction to President Trump's address last night when he vowed to continue attacking Iran for 2 to 3 more weeks. A barrel of U.S. crude rose to $111. ABC senior political correspondent Rachel Scott has more.
5 weeks into this war, President Trump has not laid out an exit strategy or a concrete plan to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz, which sent oil prices spiking. The price for a gallon of gas here at home now tops $4 a gallon and could reach $4.45 in the next 2 weeks. Diesel could reach a record $6 a gallon.
Airlines have said they will need to increase airfare to account for higher jet fuel costs on the heels of the busy summer travel season. Brian Kelly with The Points Guy tells ABC News there's no good time to book flights for the summer, urging travelers to make their plans sooner rather than later.
Airfare has only gone up about 15%, so there's still a lot to go up, unfortunately. So my tip is book your airfare now. We're going to see a lot more surcharges, and even JetBlue this week announced they're going to be increasing fees as well, like checked baggage.
Kelly adds,
what we're seeing is August is actually where the deals are. You know, a lot of schools are shifting their school schedules earlier. So if you don't have kids that are going back to school in August, we're seeing August almost 15 to 20% cheaper than July and June.
So see, Heidi, no sweat there. If you can just put off your travel for the next 4 months, bargains are coming.
The next 4 months is the summer season. That's when I'm going to be traveling, Joe.
Well, there you go. So if you can just wait until August, then you can potentially get a deal. If we look at the gas prices around the country, still over $4 a gallon nationally at $4.08. Here in Arizona, almost $4.70. And in Maricopa County, even higher, $4.93 right now. And diesel up over $6 a gallon. So if the war can wrap up in 2 to 3 weeks, I do think we're going to see these prices fall and fall quickly. But we know also that the airline industry, it takes them longer to adjust, whereas the price at the pump will fall a little bit quicker.
So cancel your winter vacation plans, winter and fall?
No, I wouldn't say cancel. I would say just early summer on hold for now. But assuming everything does wind down in Iran in the next 3 weeks or so, I think we will see price at the pump plunge, and airfare certainly will be a whole lot cheaper than it is right now. But that doesn't help you if you have to get on a flight in the next month.
I feel like I've been hearing the war in Iran is going to wrap up in 2 to 3 weeks for the last 2 weeks.
See, but the president addressed that too last night, and he brought up World War I, World War II, wars that went, Vietnam War, wars that went on for a long time, and the war in Iran has barely been going on for a month. So when you put it in the grand scheme of things, this war has not been going on long at all. But we always live in the moment. What do we always say? Totally. 24-hour news cycle, and everyone feels that pain right now.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. They're feeling the pain of these higher prices.
Of course. We can look back at the Vietnam War and the World War I and World War II and look at them in history books and say, wow, these went on a long time. But when you look at gas prices right now and go, that's $5 a gallon, you feel that immediately.
Totally.
It's a different pain, but it's a reality we're all living with right now. Coming up in just a few minutes, Attorney General Pam Bondi, she's out. A Valley political analyst breaks down why President Trump is rearranging his cabinet. KTAR News Time, 6:08.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For the first time since 1972, a manned NASA mission to the moon
Booster ignition and liftoff
is underway.
The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
What the moon offers. Opportunities for expanding our economy. There are opportunities for exploration. And we want a permanent base that can be a staging area where we can go deeper into space.
We're covering this historic journey into space on the KTAR YouTube channel, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with the charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
This is Jim Sharp, and several Democrats have admitted to me a non-nuclear Iran is worth paying more at the pump, but a majority of Americans are still against the war. So how do Trump's talking points need to change? Chuck Todd joins LaDonna Harvey and me on Arizona's Morning News Friday. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on the app.
It's 6:13. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Heidi Hummel, who's in for Becky Lynn tonight. And it's shout-out time, Heidi. Shout-out to our friends in Buckeye. We appreciate you listening to KTAR. Where, Heidi?
In Buckeye.
That is correct. Pam Bondi, she's out, and Tom Blanche is in temporarily at least. What's happening to the Attorney General's role? We're going to talk about that. But first, let's get a check on traffic right now with our friend Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Heidi, Joe. Thank you. Mesa with a crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstation Freeway, eastbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 7th Street. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 8th Street and Dobbins Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low in the valley, about 60 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny, upper 80s. Right now in Buckeye, it's 80 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. Today, President Trump announced Attorney General Pam Bondi is leaving her position amid reports that he was frustrated with her handling of some of his key priorities. Here to talk about why, what it means for the administration, and what's next is political analyst and president and CEO of High Ground, Chuck Coughlin. Chuck, good evening. And, you know, was Pam Bondi fired here, or do you think this was a mutual parting of the ways?
Well, if I'm Pam Bondi, I would be looking for the exits, quite frankly, because it's an impossible job, Joe. You know, you're the chief law enforcement officer for the country, and the law enforcement is based on judicial precedent. And we're living in this unprecedented presidential administration. And so she's in a rock and a hard place, having to do things, as we've seen, career prosecutors, all kinds of people leaving the Justice Department. We saw this with his last Attorney General, with Bill Barr, and Bill was, vexed as well with the Mueller investigation and all kinds of things. And so I think it was probably mutual at the end of the day. I'm sure she wanted to try and continue on, but I think she'll wake up tomorrow in a much better spot.
Why is Bondi out, Chuck? Was she not doing a good enough job?
Well, there's only one person that can answer that, and that's the president, right? The president said, if you're not doing the job I want you to do, then you're going to be gone. And she clearly, there's the Epstein stuff that we've heard about. There's the 14th Amendment case yesterday in the court. There's all kinds of pressure that he's putting on the Justice Department to abdicate all types of judicial precedent. And she's been doing her best to try and satisfy that. But as we've seen, it's really hard to satisfy this president.
Chuck Coughlin, president and CEO of High Ground and political analyst, joins us right now. And Chuck, there were rumors that the president liked Pam Bondi as a person, but he didn't feel like she was executing on his vision in the way he wanted. What did President Trump want?
He wants his enemies prosecuted by the Justice Department. That's the most important thing. He wants everything to go his way. He wants everything to be at his beck and call. And as I said earlier, Joe, if you're dealing with laws that are administrative in nature, that's one thing. But when you're dealing with the Justice Department, you're dealing with precedent. You're dealing with judicial precedent. You have to abide by judicial precedent. And what he's asking for is unprecedented. He's asking for his chief law enforcement officer to do whatever he wants him to do. And that just doesn't jibe with American jurisprudence.
But to your point, Chuck, replacing Bondi with someone else, is that going to get him, what Trump wants to persecute his political enemies? If some of these cases have already failed in the courts, what's switching the attorney going to do?
Well, we'll find out. I mean, it's going to be, I'm betting this attorney general is not the attorney general at the end of the administration. It's just too hard of a job to do to appease him all the time. And I'm just not sure how somebody can hold up their head in this world and say, I'm doing a job on behalf of the American people and justice, when my only approval is required of the president. And it's unprecedented what's going on.
So, I mean, I'm not going to say that you're saying it, but I'm going to ask you if you're saying it, Chuck. Are you basically saying that the president's a dictator in what his expectation is? Sure sounds like it.
Yeah, no, it's Joe. What he wants is, I mean, that's the way the country's been run.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're not operating in a healthy democracy anymore. Let's not fool ourselves. We've left that scope, but we've left that behind. I mean, you don't have a House of Representatives that's working properly. There's really no check on him at any point. I mean, I'm 64 years old. I've seen, when my first adult president was Reagan, right? I remember that. Nothing's like that. There's been nothing like this in my lifetime. And as I go back to, what I'm aware of in history, you'd have to go back to like the Civil War when Lincoln threw out habeas corpus and said, we're just going to imprison people in a time of war. Civil War. I've just never seen anything quite like this, and it is not a functioning democracy that we're working in anymore. That it's just not happening.
I want to just follow up with you real quickly on that. So then, do you feel like changing the Justice Department's leadership guarantees or moves the president closer to the outcome he wants then? I mean, so far the courts have blocked a lot of the administration's efforts in terms of, like you mentioned, going after his enemies. And Congress won the release of the DOJ's files related to Epstein. So, Trump lost there too. So, what does putting Todd Blanche in really change here? It's just a new puppet or a new whipping boy.
Yeah, I agree. It will give him some opportunity to blame Bondi as he does. He blames everybody previously. Everybody's a horrible person that used to work for him. And he'll do that with Bondi now and blame her for this Epstein mess, blame her for whatever ills have gone on, who haven't been people who haven't been prosecuted. And then we'll move on to this guy. And this guy, Todd's going to have the same burden that Pam had, and we're just going to have to endure that. We're going to have to check and watch what happens. I'm with you. I just don't think he's going to survive clearly until the end of the administration. We're all about to witness, I think this fall, a fairly significant shift with the electorate as well. He got elected in the last presidential cycle. This will be the midterm, and as we all know, midterms have a check on incumbent presidents. And I believe he's going to have that check this fall, and we're going to enter a new political arena come November, and we'll have a very different environment in Washington in November, and we'll see how he navigates that. I presume not well, because he's going to have at least a Congress that is probably opposed to him. And he may have a Senate, given the current dynamics of the political environment.
Chuck, I want to know your prediction. First, it was DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, now Attorney General Pam Bondi. Who's next to be fired from the Trump administration?
Wow, that's a great question. I think everybody else has been saluting the flag. He's had a successful run at repealing all kinds of environmental repealed the Clean Air Act recently, just willy-nilly got rid of the Clean Air Act. That's an EPA administrator role. If the economy continues to flag and he's not happy with that, you could see a change at Commerce. You could see that. You could see, if things aren't going well on the negotiation side. I think there's a lot of speculation that after this midterm that Marco Rubio will leave. That's going to be, I would say that's probably the next predictable change come January, is that Rubio will leave and he'll have to replace, he's currently his Secretary of State and his National Security Advisor. So those are very, very significant positions. And I would say, if I was putting money on it, I'd say that'd be the next one.
How unprecedented are these changes like this? Did we see things like this under the Obama administration, under Biden, under Clinton, under the Bushes, or do we typically not see these big changes with AG and DHS under other presidents?
I mean, the last one, Joe, that I can relate to was 72 and Richard Kleindienst was the midnight massacre at the Justice Department over Watergate when he started getting rid of people. Nixon started getting rid of people at Watergate because they were on the other side of the fence from him on that issue. He wanted protection. They weren't going to give it to him. So that was the last time I've seen this kind of unprecedented behavior where it's completely subservient to the executive.
Chuck Coughlin, political analyst, president and CEO of High Ground. Thank you so much for checking in with us tonight. We appreciate it, and we look forward to speaking with you again.
Thanks, Chuck.
It's a pleasure. Thank you both.
Coming up, the Easter season is here, and One Valley nonprofit is stepping up to help those in need. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:23.
Senator Ruben Gallego is calling on the IRS to increase gas mileage reimbursements for small businesses and self-employed drivers. He also says the APA should get rid of Maricopa County's more costly but less polluting gasoline.
How would you like to finally lose all those unwanted pounds quickly without spending thousands on painful injections or prescriptions? Hi, it's Donna Simpson, health and wellness expert. You probably know someone that is using Ozempic, the hottest diet craze in the country. Everyone knows about this prescription injection. Celebs use it to look their best. The problem is most of us can't afford Ozempic, and these injections can be so uncomfortable. Now you can lose the weight just as easily, but with no needles, no expensive prices, no side effects, and no worries. You need to try Lozempic, a new miracle weight loss breakthrough that performs so well it's been called nature's Ozempic. Lozempic is an easy-to-take diet pill now available without a prescription, being used by thousands to get rid of those unwanted pounds. So call now and find out how to get a free bottle.
To find out how to get your free bottle of Lozempic, call 800-631-7101, 800-631-7101. Free bottles are limited, so call 800-631-7101. That's 800-631-7101.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
For 42 years, Dolphin Pools has delivered affordable luxury, the kind of backyard paradise that turns every day into a vacation. And now, with our brand new surprise showroom, it's easier than ever to bring your dream to life. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's #1 rated pool builder on Google and Yelp, and we're Google guaranteed. Buy now and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. The hot Arizona days are coming fast. Visit dolphinpools.us and build your paradise today.
I talk a lot about Moving Team 6 and their attention to veterans. Let's talk to one. Brian, you've been with them for how long?
4 years now, Mike.
What motivated you to call them in the first place?
It was a little after I got out of the Navy, doing something else. Just wanted to start doing something that actually helped people out again. Heard about these guys on the radio and gave them a shot. I'm still here 4 years later now. Take pride in your work. Get it done the right way.
For your next move across town or across the country, movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website. Movingteam6.com.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Thursday evening. It's 6:28. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Heidi Hommel in for Becky Lynn. Tonight, one Arizona Republican reacts to the firing of Pam Bondi. And
as a farm worker myself, I really believe in the movement and the people that he led to really change these working conditions for all of us.
Why one state lawmaker was trying to not repeal Cesar Chavez Day. But first, let's take it to the streets for a check on traffic with Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Hi, Joe. Thank you. Mesa crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-10 Poplar Freeway westbound near 7th Street, and Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, Loop 202 Santa Ana Freeway westbound near Hawes Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low should stay in the lower 60s for most of the valley. Tomorrow, sunny, and 88 for the forecasted high. Right now in Gilbert, it's almost 80 degrees, 79 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
The motivation behind President Trump's ousting of Attorney General Pam Bondi isn't clear.
Deputy Attorney General Tom Blanche is stepping into the role until a new person is nominated and confirmed. Republican candidate for Arizona Secretary of State Gina Swoboda tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that unmet expectations around the Epstein files may be to blame.
I think some people in the party had their expectation level set with binders and assorted other things, and then they didn't get what they thought was coming.
In a social media post, Bondi says she's moving to a private sector role. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Cesar Chavez Day has been repealed in Arizona, but a state senator believes this will make it harder to get a state holiday dedicated to farm workers. State Senator Sally Ann Gonzalez tells KTAR the sexual abuse allegations against Chavez are horrendous, but removing it sets the movement back.
As a farm worker myself, I really believe in the movement and the people that he led to really change these working conditions for all of us.
Gonzalez hopes to see a state holiday dedicated to farm workers next legislative session. St. Mary's Food Bank is helping those in need this Easter holiday. St. Mary's President Milt Liu says more people are asking for assistance due to the tough economy.
Therefore, today we've included hams and or turkeys for everyone that's visiting us today.
Liu says St. Mary's hands out food boxes 5 days a week, every week. If you would like to donate food or volunteer, visit stmarysfoodbank.org for more information. Increased oil prices have led to jet fuel prices doubling since the beginning of the year. And now data shows airlines have responded by passing the cost on to customers.
A week ago, United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby told me airfares had to rise about 20% to offset rising jet fuel prices. United alone could shell out $11 billion more in fuel this year.
One thing is fares are going up. Fares need to go up about 20%.
And now the website Going reports airfares for summer travel across all airlines are up by 20% domestically compared to this time last year. To cope with rising jet fuel prices linked to oil because of the war in Iran, airlines are raising airfares and things like baggage fees, plus they're cutting off peak and red-eye flying. Alex Stone, ABC News.
The Suns were in Charlotte tonight, taking on the Hornets, but they lost 127-107. And the Atlanta Braves are at Chase Field tonight to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. First pitch is just moments away. Listen live on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
According to a press release we received at KTAR today, a hazardous chemical warehouse sits directly across the street from the planned ICE detention facility at 13290 West Sweetwater Ave in Surprise, and the federal government may have purchased the site without ever reviewing the risk. Heidi Hommel, one of our KTAR News reporters who's delivering the news with me tonight, looked into this story more today. Heidi, who'd you reach out to and what'd they tell you?
I reached out to a couple people, Joe, to try and confirm some of this. I reached out to Maricopa County about their local emergency planning committee and if there was a gas leak at RINChem.
Did they tell you anything?
I did not hear back from them.
Okay.
I reached out to the city of Surprise, and I reached out to RINChem, the gas company across the street from the detention facility, about their risk management plan and their offsite consequence analysis. And I reached out to DHS to see if there was a plan to evacuate migrants in case there was a gas leak or if they were working on a plan. I heard back from none of these people.
So that warehouse you mentioned is operated by RINChem, RINChem Company, LLC. And according to their Tier 2 filing with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, the facility stores a bunch of chemicals that, I shouldn't say a bunch, I guess, I'll clarify here, that exceed their federal risk management plan threshold quantities under the Clean Air Act. Those chemicals include chlorine, hydrofluoric acid, and fluorine. Among the most acutely dangerous substances regulated under federal law is what this press release said. So why are some people from this group called Northwest Valley Indivisible raising this issue? What's the concern as far as what you could piece together here?
Northwest Valley Indivisible is an activist group. They've been very against this ICE detention facility going up in Surprise. They've been at every press conference I've been to against it. And so basically they're just kind of tacking this on.
Okay.
But so, you think there's neighborhoods, there's communities around RINChem as well. Why is it not dangerous to them? Well, it's more if RINChem becomes a hazard. God forbid there's a leak or an explosion. The neighboring homes, you could just get the word out and those people could get in their cars and drive away. But if you have 500 migrants, kind of locked up in this detention facility, what is the plan to get 500 people out of their cells into buses or vans, and where are you going to take them? Somewhere safe. These are human beings. Do they have the human logistics thought out if there is ever a hazardous emergency at RINChem across the street from this ICE detention facility?
I'm guessing here. Wouldn't we assume if something did happen with RINChem and they had some sort of chlorine leak or something awful like that these detainees would end up getting bused to some of the other facilities that Bowen Overstol's one of our other KTAR News reporters and you have visited, whether that be, I know there's one in Florence, I know
Eloy.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but that's 2 hours away.
Yeah.
Three from Surprise. So what's, and where are the buses? Do they have buses? How many buses do you need for 500 people? So, and let me ask you this. Whose responsibility is it? Does RINChem need to have an evacuation plan in place in case there's ever problems?
Well, I would say, I don't mean to cut you off, but I would say RINChem's obligation is to have their chemicals stored safely. I would say DHS and the group housing these detainees,
Garda World is the contractor.
Their responsibility to have the plan to be able to keep the detainees, because we've talked a lot about was it Emmanuel Damas? Was that his name?
Yes.
The gentleman who had a toothache that became septic and then he passed away from sepsis. Same thing. If you are under government care and you have something happen to you, you're the government's responsibility, or you're this organization. What did you just say their name was? Who was contracted?
Garda World is the contractor who will be managing the facility. Yes.
So, or you're that facility, whoever's contracting with them, you're their responsibility if something happens to you. So yeah, if something happens, you're DHS's responsibility, or you're the contractor's responsibility. So I think both parties play a role in this, is what I would say.
Completely. The county is also supposed to have emergency management plans in place just in case. But yeah, I think it definitely falls on DHS and Garda World to have a plan in case these migrants need to be evacuated.
And do you happen to know when the company RINChem that's storing these chemicals last filed any kind of management plan with the EPA?
It was recently. It was January 1st of 2026, just 3 weeks before DHS purchased the detention facility on January 23rd. That's from Northwest Valley Indivisible. But so it probably needs to be updated since they had this risk management plan in place before the ICE facility was purchased by DHS.
Coming up, what does it take to be a citizen? KTAR's legal analyst will explain the birthright citizenship case being heard at the Supreme Court. And we're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:37.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
We're chatting with our guest, Always Safety First, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be.
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. Who will replace her? And is there more changes coming to the cabinet? We talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Yeah, I know. It helps if I have the right page open, Heidi. Don't give me that goofy look over there.
It's 6:41. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Heidi Hommel in for Becky Lynn, here with Joe Huizenga.
Yeah, what's it take to be an American citizen? KTAR legal analyst is going to explain. The U.S. Supreme Court's birthright citizenship case right now. Oral arguments at the Supreme Court yesterday left the impression that some of the justices had misgivings about President Trump's effort to limit birthright citizenship. The president took in some of the proceedings in person, making him the first sitting president in recorded history to scrutinize the justices as a listener in the gallery during arguments over one of his own key policies. Here to talk with us about this and one of the president's recent executive orders on mail-in ballots as well is our legal analyst, Barry Markson. Barry, why are the justices taking issue with the president's side of this argument, the one dealing with birthright citizenship?
Well, because it's most likely because it's unconstitutional. I mean, the Constitution, the 14th Amendment was adopted into the Constitution in 1868, right after the Civil War. And then there was the seminal case on this subject it was decided in 1898. And ever since then, it's been very clear, and everybody has kind of adopted the fact that if you're born on U.S. soil, you are a U.S. citizen. So that's been an accepted kind of standard for over 125 years. So what you're seeing now is what had been kind of a fringe view of this, to say that somehow the 14th Amendment does not say that, has now been brought to the Supreme Court by the government, by the U.S. government, because of President Trump's executive order that he signed on his first day in office in his second term. So that's why I think you saw the justices, including some conservative justices, showing some skepticism during the oral argument. They asked some interesting questions of the president's attorney. The interesting part was they asked some good questions of the other side too. The government has an interesting argument legally, which I think has caused even some legal scholars to look up and go, okay, that's interesting. We hadn't looked at it that way before. So I think the justices had a good kind of legal time getting into the weeds on that, but I don't know that they were persuaded that the Constitution doesn't say what it says. It doesn't mean what it says.
Barry, can you tell us a little bit more about the 1898 case that kind of set this precedent for birthright citizenship?
Yeah, in that case, there was a Chinese couple that had a baby in the United States. The baby was born on U.S. soil, and they were in the United States. They were not citizens, but they were in the United States legally. And you have to remember the immigration laws then were quite a bit different. And what the government's case is that they were, and this word was in the decision around 20 times, they were domiciled in the United States. And so what President Trump's position on this is now, he's not asking the court to overturn that 1898 decision, which is a little odd. They're actually trying to say what that decision says is different than what it actually says. They're arguing that the court said you're a citizen if you're born on U.S. soil, but only if your parents are domiciled in the United States. In other words, if they're here legally. So their argument is, if you're here, and this is not entirely clear, but for example, if you're here with a green card and your son or daughter is born here, then that person would be considered a citizen. But if you're here illegally and you have a baby, that baby would not be here legally. So there's a lot of gray area there. But it was interesting, I thought, that the government's position was not to overturn the seminal case, the precedent in the case, but rather to say that precedent is consistent with our argument, which was very different.
So Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson questioned the Trump administration attorney and asked what the administration wants the Supreme Court to do here and how they would like them to do it too, questioning if they should bring pregnant women in for depositions. Like, how many people would actually be affected potentially by what the Trump administration is looking for here as well? It seems like what they're bringing up actually would affect very few people, but they want this to affect a lot of people. Barry, is that fair?
Well, I think it would affect a lot of people, even under their interpretation of it. So that, you have to remember, they're trying to make it sound as reasonable as they can. But the fact is, there are a lot of people who are in the country illegally, but many of them are here. They're here on a visa. So if you're here on a visa and you overstay your visa and then you have a baby, is that baby a citizen or not a citizen? There's so many questions about how this would be interpreted. It's also, there's a lot of questions about whether this could be interpreted depending on how the Supreme Court rules. If people who were born here and have been granted citizenship, could they have that citizenship revoked? Now, the government's position, President Trump's position is no, we're looking forward. It's only going to apply to people going forward. But there's nothing necessarily that would, if the Supreme Court would agree with President Trump and honor his executive order, there's nothing to say that President Trump or a future president couldn't say, nope, now we're going to revoke it because the court has ruled that these people are not citizens. So there's a lot here that would be upended if the Supreme Court would agree that the executive order is constitutional.
So after looking at the argument on this, Barry, do you think any of the justices are on the president's side?
Well, look, there seems to always be two that kind of vote consistent with President Trump, regardless of some precedent and other things. I don't know that will happen here, but there were definitely some questions. And I have to acknowledge that the Solicitor General for the president made some very interesting arguments, again, going into the legal weeds a bit, and making some arguments and talking about some different things that had happened after that 1898 case that showed that it was not settled law, and there were some questions about it then. So there's enough there for someone who really wants to side with the president and come out with a way to say that just being born in the United States isn't always enough to make that ruling. I can make that argument. But I will tell you that I think based on the questions, I find it very hard to believe that you're going to get more than 4 justices who are going to vote to say that the president's executive order saying that birthright citizenship is unconstitutional is to change that law. I don't think it's going to happen.
Barry, switching gears here, this week, President Trump also signed another executive order trying to restrict voting by mail. What does this executive order call for?
Well, it basically tries to take vote by mail and federalize it in many ways. And it's interesting to me here because the president really, the office of the president has no authority over elections. It's just not how our Constitution is set up. Elections are to be governed by the states, and that's been the case for 250 years. And again, for consistency, many conservatives have always, it's always been about states' rights. So it's fascinating to me to now have Republicans and conservatives, some of them saying, in essence, we don't care about states' rights. We want to federalize elections, which is something, again, the Constitution says belongs to the state. So, but what President Trump is saying is again, it's the theory that there's we don't have election integrity and there's stolen elections. And the biggest part here is that the claim and the allegation that there are a lot of illegal immigrants, that there are non-citizens who are voting in U.S. elections, and that's the problem that needs to be controlled, and that mail-in ballots just offer a big opportunity for fraud. I do think it's important to point out that the Heritage Foundation, which is a very, very conservative think tank, very supportive of the president, they were involved in the writing of that Project 2025 that we've heard so much about. The Heritage Foundation has done a huge study into elections going back to 1984. There have been 2 billion votes cast in the United States since 1984, and they found 10 instances of an illegal immigrant voting in a U.S. election. 10 out of 2 billion. So it's not an issue. And I think that's the part we all really need to understand. This is not an issue. There is not an issue with our elections, but yet we're for whatever reason that President Trump keeps putting this forward, he's creating an issue and trying to fix something that is simply not a problem. But that's what this is. I don't think anybody, even the president, has said this is legally dubious and he expects it to be challenged. As I understand it, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is already preparing a challenge to this. I find it hard to believe that that this will move forward in any meaningful way.
Democrats are already suing on it in some parts of the country. So is it possible that this also ends up in the Supreme Court now, Barry?
It is. Anything like this, certainly with executive orders, can end up in the Supreme Court. We saw that, President Biden wrote a lot of executive orders that were challenged and ended up in the Supreme Court. So that's not unusual. So this definitely could end up in the Supreme Court, or it could be decided by the lower courts, and the Supreme Court could simply say, we're not going to take this one up. The Supreme Court is not an appeal court. It's a court of choice. The Supreme Court decides which cases they hear. So they can simply say no and let a lower court ruling stand.
We'll keep our eyes on both these executive orders. KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson, thank you so much for checking in tonight, Barry. We appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Hi, Joe. Thank you. Regarding your highways, it's pretty quiet at the moment, but the surface street, we have 2 things to keep in mind of. Phoenix with a crash on 15th Avenue and Bethany Home Roads, and Phoenix again with a crash on 16th Street and Highland Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 61 degrees here in Phoenix. Tomorrow, sunny, and an expected high near 88 degrees is on the way. Right now in Phoenix, it's 78 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Coming up, Easter is this Sunday, and we'll hear a message from the Pope and how you can help those in need here in the Valley. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:51.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-478-6430 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-478-6430. That's 800-478-6430. What do you have to lose? Call 800-478-6430. Again, 800-478-6430.
Lights, camera, Allegro. Hi, I'm Jamie West. Friday, April 17th at 6:30, Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix presents an evening of cinematic magic with the Allegro String Quartet. Hear your favorite movie hits, from nostalgic classics to thrilling sci-fi blockbusters. It's free, so text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
By now, everybody in Arizona knows that when selling a home, you get thousands more at 72sold.com. But what you may not know is if you're looking to buy a home, you can get an advantage over other home buyers at chomesfirst.com. At C Homes First, you learn about newly listed homes before they're on Zillow, before they're on Realtor.com, before they're active in MLS. Want an advantage over other home buyers? See for yourself at chomesfirst.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
LaDonna here. Vince Marotta has the lowdown on the men's and women's Final Four, and we will run down everything happening downtown this weekend for you. That's tomorrow morning, 5 to 8, with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to watch the KTAR YouTube channel.
Phoenix takes center stage as host of the NCAA Women's Final Four with games tomorrow and Sunday at Mortgage Matchup Center. Find details of all the free fan events already underway and the Super Saturday concert on the contest page at KTAR.com. Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Heidi Hommel in for Becky Lynn. Our top story tonight, Pope Leo delivered a message of peace on this Holy Thursday.
Holy Week is the most sacred period of the year for Christians, but in 2026 has been overshadowed by the war in the Middle East. Pope Leo presiding over his first Holy Thursday Mass, pleading in Italian for unity and peace, and adding during the homily that no good can come from the abuse of power. On Holy Thursday, he carries on the tradition of washing the feet of 12 priests to symbolize the 12 apostles. On Good Friday, the Pope will carry the cross during the procession at Rome's Colosseum. Saturday is the late-night Easter Vigil, and a few hours later, it's Easter Sunday. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News.
Last time we saw gas prices this high was in 2022. That was when Russia invaded Ukraine. So anytime you have a conflict between major oil-producing nations, it's going to have a big impact on the oil market.
Gas prices continue to surge in the valley. Is there going to be any relief soon? Be sure to watch live on YouTube, the KTAR app, or listen to Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey right here from 5 a.m. till 8 on KTAR.
Before we leave you tonight, we want to leave you with some good news. At Moss Haven Elementary in North Texas, one familiar face helps keep kids safe every school day. Miss Trisha Crawford is more than a crossing guard. She knows parents by name, watches out for every child like they're her own, and is beloved across the community. But for the past 6 months, Miss Crawford has been getting to work the hard way, relying on Lyft rides, then the bus, after her car broke down and she couldn't afford to fix or replace it. That's when a group of Moss Haven dads decided to step in. Members of the school's Dads Club quietly raised nearly $7,000 in just days. One dad found a reliable Jeep at a steep discount. Another handled insurance costs. Others chipped in repairs and oil changes. Then, one March morning, they surprised Miss Crawford on the job. Her reaction? Total shock, hand over the mouth, tears, and gratitude. It's a reminder that community isn't just a word. It's people showing up big and small when it matters most.
That's pretty incredible. So over $7,000 to get her some wheels, huh?
Yeah. That dad's club. What schools have a dad's club? That's amazing.
I've never heard of a school having a dad's club. How many schools have a mom's club?
I don't know, but leave it to the dad's club to find the car, find insurance, get the oil change done. Love that. Miss Crawford's lucky.
Very lucky. I mean, a lot of people out there, I mean, gosh, how about they chip in some money for gas for Miss Crawford, too?
Have you ever wanted to do this? Like you see someone around, maybe in your community, down on their luck, and you're just like, I wish I could help that person, but I don't know how.
Of course. I mean, a few years ago during the pandemic, I went to the grocery store one day and just got some money for someone who was got some groceries for someone who was unhoused.
Oh, that's amazing.
I think there's something everyone can do, whether it's, donating or, this is going to sound cheesy, just being kind.
Yeah.
Just saying hi to someone can make their day.
Mm-hmm.
Just not treating them like they're a brick wall.
Mm-hmm. Engaging.
But yeah, I think there's a lot of ways, or, can be volunteering for organizations. There's a number of things that everybody can do if you want to get involved. Simple things from, just saying hi, saying, hey, how are you doing? Getting some groceries for someone, donating to GoFundMe or a charitable organization, donating your time. Lots of